You know how this goes, right? There's levels to this shit. Standing on truth and not wavering. But these folks want to talk all this high power shit, want to act like they're righteous. You bitch ass motherfucker. I'm so sick of these people, bro. Never done a motherfucking thing and seemingly never will. You bitch ass motherfucker. First hand experience can't be invalidated by the unknowing unbeliever. You bitch ass unexperienced. Are you kidding? Bitch ass. If it could, we wouldn't be here having these conversations because the devil would already have this place. You bitch ass motherfucker. What we're talking about is so concerning to realize the majority of the public will just sit around and watch shit that's bitch ass meaningless and valueless that gives them no application in the world to change their life. You bitch ass motherfucker. Experiential, observable, explainable, and demonstrable. What I represent in this thing, refocus, right? Re-energize. You bitch ass motherfucker. Do I want to go along to get to a bag? Bitch ass. Or am I calling everybody out on how we've fallen short so we could get somewhere with this? Because if not, it's all over at some point. The question is when. You bitch ass motherfucker. So how are you changing to meet life on life's terms and provide solutions to the problems we face? You bitch ass motherfucker. If you're not doing that, you bitch ass motherfucker, well then I gotta step out into the front, into the leadership position. I gotta put a target on me. You bitch ass. I gotta do what won't be done. Bitch ass. Right? It's not that it can't be done, it won't be done because they're cowardly. You bitch ass motherfucker. You're gonna have to hold fast to who and what you are and what you know. You bitch ass motherfucker. I know I'm the enemy because of what I stand for, what I do, and what I'm willing to say. Bitch ass. And what I'm not willing to do and say. You bitch ass motherfucker. Punk ass bitches are riding around in their convertible. Bitch ass. Breathing in the toxic heavy metals. Bitch ass. Slave trails. You bitch ass motherfucker. I'm here. I'm calling everybody out. Anybody can get it. Gorilla season. Gorilla season. Anybody can get it. I'm here. So when are we going to get right for ourselves and each other and stop the content, non-tent, bit, non-bit, using all my words and lingo, trying to be me and do what I do, and then just wind up embarrassing yourselves and everybody? Because you ain't me. You haven't done the work I've done on myself. You haven't been honest and open and real with women and yourself. You haven't tried to cultivate a space where you reconcile your animal body and the primal nature and all that lust with some kind of level of objective care to do what's true and what's right. You haven't, and it's all over you.
Yo, that's our dude, Paul Unslaved, doing the damn thing. I was going to do the Real Gems of Me, but kind of sick of me a little bit. Paul Unfallible, the one with my interaction with the police and Paul's commentary and Gorilla Gems, editing and music. It's been a while since I went live. Got a couple people here. Didn't give you guys no warning. Coming out of hibernation. Got some bad lighting. I don't got no fancy ring light to like make my blue eyes pop. You know what I mean? All shiny and skin looking great. But here I am. Been off the weed for a couple days. Haven't eaten in a couple days because I don't need to. I'm on like day 3 of a fast, basically. Straight up water fast. I did a little urine. Urine might be a fast breaker. The way I was giving Paul shit about breaking fast with juice. Oh, it's not an official dry fast or whatever. I bet you urine probably breaks the fast. Urine's probably like juice. Probably got some calories in there. But fuck it. I did some urine this morning after a long time. Urine's the shit, motherfuckers. Come on, someone talk shit about urine, please. Look at this lady. Golden shower. She knows reviving. Is this some sort of golden rain? Yes. There's gold in there. You can make the philosopher's stone from urine. Philosopher's stone is a crucial thing in alchemy. What are we going to get into here, guys, today? Not much. I'm probably going to do man on the street a little bit. Not too confident in my sitting in this fucking office space. Being entertaining for you guys, but I figured I'd start off. We got a little controversial title here. We got the Oera book in there, Christianity. That's right, G. Holy fuck, he's alive. I know I do this, dude. I get on my weed kicks. I hibernate, dude. And then I get off the weed, and I'm like, okay, I want to come back out into the world. So fucking rotten, fucking. I need self-control, dude. That's what the Orlando book talks about. Freya, she taught her children 2 things at first: self-control and virtue. And then when they got a little older, maybe their adolescence, then she begins to teach them about liberty, freedom, right? So I'm all about the Orlando book. Apparently, the Nazis were all about the Orlando book too. And according to this cool video by Kate the Fryan, the Germans might have been the good guys, dude. The Germans may have been the Frisian people talked about in the Orlando book. Very controversial, right? Very controversial. Some may even say anti-Semitic. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with that? So, quit smoking regular weed. Now I'm on weed pen. Pains went away, and I had so much. It must have been good. Yeah, I think G's on the road, right? He's doing. He's got some weird plate on his RV. He's traveling freely. I don't want to say he's got a plate. He's got a plate on the side of it from the former owner. But if G's got any adventures, the link is down there. The link is pinned. If anyone wants to come up, say hello. Like I said, I'll probably just end up doing some man in the street. I don't know how long the stream's going to go. I haven't been getting on stage. Fucking one of the mics went bad. These 2 girls were hosting it, and I asked them to roast me. It fucking just went bad, dude. It went bad. Like, it just went all bad. Like, I was already in a room that I hated. Like, I already hated everyone that had been up there. Like, it's this whole, like the audience seemed like, the people that were going up and the people in the audience seemed like social justice. It was like all these women, just like these young women that just like, I hated everyone and everything that everyone talked about and everything they seemed to believe. It seemed like a bunch of cupcakes. What's up, Watt Life? So then, like, they were roasting me, right? They were just being mean. They were just like, the first thing I think she said was, I didn't bring my mirror. And I didn't get it. I was like, is she saying I snort coke? Is that like a drug thing? And then I was like, oh, I'm ugly. Because she's like, and I'm like, oh, it's because I'm ugly. And they're like, sometimes they'll say you divorced. I don't know if they said that. She might have. That people always say when they try to roast me, oh, you look like you're divorced. And then she said I look like a fentanyl addict or something, maybe a homeless fentanyl addict, which is good, which is fine. She was coming at me, right? But I just did not like anything. I didn't like them. And I think I asked her, I said, how old do you, like, because it was 2 girls, right? And they're basically both roasting me. These 2 young girls, like early 20s, whatever it is. They're hosting the comedy open mic. And but that's the theme of the roast is like you'll do like your whatever 5 minutes, and then as you're walking off stage, basically they roast you. They basically just say something mean, and I was like, let me get my roast first, you know, because I just like wasn't having it. I didn't want to do my one-liners. I didn't like anything about the situation. It was in a bar upstairs in a bar. They have like a second bar upstairs, and so I asked for my roast first, right? And then it just started going spiraling from there. And then whatever, it just went all bad. And some dude tried to social justice warrior it. This dude who will host another mic, he hosts the Friday mic. And now he sent me a big long text like explaining why. He's like, you're not going to be allowed at my mic, and fucking typical bullshit. Typical same bullshit I went in Chicago. You know, the thing of it is with these mics compared to the actual club, right? Like I got me performing the 2 minutes at the Comedy Works like a couple months ago, right? Just killed it, right? For 2 minutes, whatever that's worth. 2 minutes, did my one-liners. Like it went very, very well, right? But then you go to these mics and it's just all bad. But it's just different. It's different towns. Like in Vegas, it never goes all bad. Never once did someone say, oh, you're taking it too far, or, you know, you said the wrong thing. Sacramento, never had issues. People just showed me love at all the places. But then you'll go to some states, Denver, and some cities, you know, and it's just, you know, Chicago, I had major problems on the north side, the white rooms, as opposed to the black rooms on the south side, which were cooler than the white rooms, because the white rooms treated me like absolute shit. In Chicago. Yeah, so that's the way it goes sometimes. People try to play this like it's like some leftist bullshit, some leftist woke crap. You know, these young college female students. And then you got these fucking dudes who try to fucking white knight, all that. I got a shower. Yo, what's up, wildlife? Yeah, so let's get into this things about the German, man. This woman, Kate the Fryan. I put the link in the description to her video. So she calls herself a Fryan, right? Which is like these Frisian people, these free people from the Orlinda. So what do you guys think, man? Is it possible that the Germans were the good guys? Like, we got the video of Hitler fucking stroking it, dude, at that fucking soccer event. Got some spittles flying. But Hitler was fucking, he had some contraction, right? He got on that fucking crystal meth, that fucking legal meth pills. And so he had a contraption. It looked to me like he had like a cane, right? But the cane was just like he didn't need the cane. It was just so he could jerk off. So he's holding a cane. So it was a cane, and then he had something strapped to his dick, basically like a whatever, dude. The dude was jerking off in the stadium, clearly. But he's supposed to be the good guy, right? This meth addict. But then Himmler, see, these guys were into this Orlinda book, which is fascinating. So Himmler, Hitler's right-hand man, right? He's got these writings, and they talk about the Orlinda book. And people try to say, oh, they were Christians because they had this saying, this old quote on their belt buckles. But I agree with this Cat the Fryan video, where they weren't Christians. They were talking about a God. They were talking about the we're all the God in the Orlinda book, that God. And they were saying that the Christians were this magi because, like, for like ever and ever, it's been like the Frisians, like a free people, versus the magi, which you would call like the Christianity, the Vatican. So there's these free people, these Frisians, right? Just from the end of time, we're all as the God. And then Freya, she's like, so the spiritual God that you can't see, that's more like a spirit. Like, I don't even know if it has any physical form, like human looking form, but it's a thing not here on earth, right? It's like out there. It's called Weralda, and it's a male, it's a masculine aspect. But then on the earth, like in the day-to-day within the community, there was these mothers. So the female was very powerful. They would give advice. They were like very powerful. And Freya was like this mother. So Weralda like created Freya. She was one of three women that basically are the mothers, like the original like women that gave birth to all civilization, basically. What's up, unknown? So these three women, there was three types of women. One of them was like black. Her name was Lida or something. She had she had like look like a black person, right? She had the hair that was like, she had nappy curly hair, and she was black. And she had, her attributes were like when it came to heat, she was like fierce heat. And she could do all these cool things. Like when it came to animals, she could like smell it. She could hear a snake slithering. She could do all these cool things, and she was powerful. And she would do things like she would kill like the rich and give it to the poor, and then she would cry about it. I don't know. It's just crazy. Basically, she was just like hot-headed. Her fire ran real hot, which is like kind of like black people. So, dude, I know this shit. Whenever I bring this shit up, I know, it can look bad, but I'm telling you, there's something to this shit. Okay, so there was three women. Lydia, Finda, and Freya, right? So Finda would have been like a brown, yellow person. So I already talked about Lydia, the black person. And then Finda would have been this like brown, yellow person, like who had less heat than the black person, but more heat than Freya, the white person. And so she would make her own mistakes, right? And Finda are basically the type of people that we see in politics and shit. They want to make all these laws and like massive amounts of like codes, but they don't want to follow none of it, right? They just want to enslave like the people, like kind of look at like the leaders of today throughout the world. They want to make all these rules, like suppress us and make us go through all this bullshit, but they don't want to follow none of that shit, right? So that's the type of person that like that brown, yellow person would be, this Finda person, and they're all about like their looks, and they're all like, stuff like that. That would be vain in that regard. You know what I mean? Okay. And then you get to the white woman, Fry, she's like perfect. Like her temperature is like moderate. She's about like I said, Freya, two things she would teach her children. The first thing she would teach her children, the two things, firstly, she would teach her children was self-control and virtue. Okay. And then when they got a little older, she would teach them about freedom, liberty. She would teach them about liberty, freedom, you know. He has risen. What's up, God? That's right. He has risen. I got that Christ. I know I got that fucking Jesus, dude. Jesus with that long hair. Come on, man. It's the second coming. Second coming. Yeah, so Freya was like good, dude. She was good. She's temperate. She's beautiful. Justice, freedom. Like, yeah. So I know it seems strange, like, oh, you're gonna criticize the blacks and the browns. You're racist. I'm telling you, this is a story, and I think there's something to this story. Not that blacks and browns can't join the community if they're all about freedom and all about, you know, being honorable, good, benevolent, you know, all that shit that the Frisian people are about. But there's something to this stuff, right? So it would be like, you'd be like, oh, no wonder why the Germans, like, you know, during World War II, liked that book. No wonder why Heinrich Himmler and Hitler liked that book. You know what I mean? Because they're just like, oh, the whites are the best, right? I think there's something to it, and I think, you know, as we in this truth community talk about history is a lie and all this shit, like, is it possible that the Germans were good guys? And you know, there might have been something to them, like running the Jews out, like just like the Egyptian. Some of this stuff I'm going to be taking from Kat the Fryan's video, which I have in the description, as she explains some of these stories. And I think there's something to that video. She made it 3 years ago about the Oera book, World War II, Germans, Christian identity, and all that stuff. So where did I leave off? God, my brain fog, weed head is like, my brain's not been functional so much. I gotta fucking start sleeping properly. But so fuck, I might have to watch it to see where I might have to go to my stream and watch it. Sometimes I do that. Let's see if I can get there without doing that. So yeah, she was talking about yeah, like how the Egyptians dealing with the Jews, they were just like, nah, man, these Jews are ratchet, bro. These Hebrews, they're just like, nah, get them the fuck out of here, dude. They're fucking our shit up. That's basically like, you have one version, right, that they were like slaves and they were the good people. They were being oppressed by the Egyptians. But then there could be another story where they were just like ratchet ass, usury type people, just ratchet ass people that were bringing the fucking Egyptian culture down by them multiplying all quick, which you're seeing around the world right now. They got like different types of people. I'm not saying Jews, but they got all these different like brown people or whatever, dude. They could be white. It could be from wherever, the Middle East, India. They're going to like Australia, New Zealand, and they're basically just like, you know, England. Like Muhammad, I guess, is the number one name given to children right now in England. So like the Arabs are basically just like multiplying, right? But what are they doing for these communities? What are they doing for these new places that they're going to, right? Just like the Hebrews when they went to Egypt. They're probably just ratchet ass, usury, just whatever, just ratchet, bro. Just, I don't know how to describe it. They just weren't good. So the Egyptians were like, you know, you got to get the fuck out of here, bro. You're fucking all that shit up, which is a different story, right, than you would hear in the Bible. We should respect one another, but stepping away from Christianity has caused lots of separation in the demonic countries. Yeah, Christian. So the thing is, my view right now, and I have a Christian, that Anthony, and the title of this is my confirmation name. So I have the Irish Catholic, Irish Roman Catholic, my shit. I mean, that's what my Irish Catholic, right? That's what my family is, right? People get married, they go to Irish Catholic churches, all that shit. I had to go to catechism, CCD, learn all that shit. But I think the Vatican and Christianity is the magi. They're the bad guys, right? Which makes sense. I mean, look at all the shit they're doing with children. I mean, it lines up with everything the Oera book is saying. So from the beginning of time, there's always been this fight between the Frisians, the free people, and the Magi, which was like this ruling priest class. which I think we're dealing with today. Like, if you don't think the Vatican has control or a major power player in the world, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, and the newest pope's from Chicago, right? I'm from Chicago, and people are like, we got these young people. It's called like Christ in the City, I think, which is like a play on Sex in the City. And they got all these fucking 19 to 24-year-olds that live in like an old school, and they use the basilica as like their hub. And they they're all about Christianity out here. I forgot where I was connecting the dot right there, but like one of them, this girl, right? This young girl, she's 21, blonde. She kind of looks like a Frisian person. She might even have blue eyes. She might even look like a Frisian person, but like she took a liking to me, right? Like I was talking to one of the priests of hers, and like they're kind of looking at me as like, oh, he's an intellectual person who's not all into Christianity, but he could talk it. He's read the Bible. He's got his doubts, but they're like, she's telling me like, yeah, I was kind of brought you up. I didn't see you for a few months. I didn't know where you were, but like, I was kind of talking with my people about when I met you. And if she happens to see this, hey, what's up? I'm not trying to talk shit, but like, just letting you guys know how I feel about Christianity. But like, I could tell she likes me, right? She's a young girl. And like today she asked me for my number, right? I gave her my number, but not like she's trying to be on that tip. But then I had to send her, then I ended up sending her a text of the video. I'm like, this is how I feel about Christianity, and they're trashing Christianity, so I might not ever hear from her again. But like, the point is that like, they're all about Christianity, these young people, right? And I'm not, I forgot where I was going with all that. Let's see what's going on in chat. I've been thinking of you, wondering how you've been, and looking forward to more streams. Yeah, I know, Paul. I just been like depressed, knowing that I'm doing that. I've been on the weed, working here and there, but like, sort of scared to go to some of these open mics because I had a situation. I don't know, it's been a couple months now, maybe a few weeks ago, whatever. Where I fucking had a bad situation, one of the mics, but yeah, appreciate you, Paul, doing your streams. Yeah, so I've just been like in a lot of fear, a lot of doubt. Just keeping hidden, keeping my lamp under a bushel, if you will. But today I just decided to snap out of that, and I think being off weed for like 3 days, I haven't had to eat. Did a little urine therapy, consumption, drinking it this morning. But yeah, it's got me out of my shell. I've been like exercising the last few days. My fat ass running around town with no shirt. I had my shorts on today, no shirt. God, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's just like one big belly. Like I'm all belly and like back, like spare tire fat. That's what I get when I get on my weed munchy fucking things. Like that's where all my weight goes. Just like belly and like spare tire. That's where, legs aren't, like my face might get bloated a little, but what the fuck am I talking about over here? Let's see if I can get on some sort of. We respect one another, separately, whatever. The Nazi symbol is symbolic of breaking out of the Saturn area box. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I'm also Catholic. Yeah, but I don't think I'm Catholic, dude. I think the Catholic is the evil, the Magi. The Frisian is the free people. The Magi are these evil priest class. And I think that if you resonate with freedom, you're a descendant of the Frisian people, somewhere out there towards Germany. It's got me thinking I want to go to fucking Germany, but I know all the Germans, you'll meet Germans. I heard some Germans talking here the other day. I think I met some German, it was like these 3 young dudes, like in their 20s. And I was just kind of giving them the business, call them like bitch ass slaves, but like not trying to be out crazy about it, just like trying to like put some seeds in their head, just trying to break them out of whatever. Because they're just like, oh man, it's cool. I'm here smoking weed. I had to do my vaccines to travel. No big deal. I'm just trying to like push back on that a little bit. I got a fucking strike. I need to do like the fucking YouTube school for the medical misinformation about vaccines. So if you hear me say something about vaccines in the stream, it could be satire. I didn't say how I feel about it one way or another. So I'm going to try to be delicate about that. They sent me an email I put up. You're giving misinformation, medical misinformation. The vaccines are clearly good for you. I forgot how they phrased it, but there's been, studies and they're clearly good for you, and you can't spread misinformation by saying they're not. So if you keep this up, we're going to take your channel. Fucking bullshit. Let's see. There's a cycle of different forms of government that more or less keeps repeating itself. Yeah. Like I was just doing a little breakdown on some 9/11 loop and shit. Like, because the FBI director, right? He took a picture on a beach. Like he's just, I'm just walking by Comey, FBI director, right? And there's shells, right? And they little seashells by the beach. And they made, so the first one was like orange shells and it was an 8. But then the other 3 numbers were black shells. And it was 647. So it said 8647. So people are like, oh, that means 86, the 47th president, right? Like get rid of them, right? Or it could mean violence, like 86, kill. But like the FBI director's putting it up. Like his explanation was like, oh, I saw that walking on the beach. I took a picture because he's beefing with Trump, obviously, right? But some people were saying when the day he posted that, it was 8,647 days from 9/11. So they're like, whoa, dude, that can't be a fucking coincidence, right? And this conspiracy subreddit on Reddit. And so I kind of like broke it down to like, man, one guy in the comments is like, man, I wonder if there's some reason why the 8 is a different color than the other numbers. So I started looking at it, right? And now people are already doing gematria. Like they're already like doing mad gematria because it's 8,647 days. On May 15th, he made the post, right? He put 8647, which meant 86 to 47th president. But also it was 8,647 days from 9/11 had passed since 9/11. So it's just wild, dude. There's like no way that's a coincidence, right? I mean, you might say someone put that on the beach for maybe 9/11, not even thinking about Trump. Like, I don't know. Maybe every day on the beach they put, maybe the next day on the beach would be 8648. You know what I mean? But anyways, so there's different colors between the 8 and the other 3 numbers. So I broke it down where you have 647, right? So you have 47 is 11. So basically you have 3 black numbers would be 611, right? But 6s and 9s are interchangeable. So you could have 911 and then you have an 8. And I was like, the 8 could be is a symbol for a loop, right? Like, because that's what the 9/11 is. It's you're skipping 10, you're going from 9, skipping 10 and going to 11, right? So it works like this. It's a gematria thing. So if you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all these numbers are going to have meanings. Like it's basically your lifespan or like how a soul's journey would work, something like that. And then 10 is considered perfection. So you should be able to get to 10, which would be like go to God or go home or you leave your body and you go somewhere and maybe you have a judgment and you get to see how you behaved and you get to see how other people felt, something like that. But they're skipping that step, right? So it'd be like, it would coincide with the idea of like soul traps, like keeping us here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, skip 10, go to 11. And 11 is 2. 1 plus 1 is 2. So you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's a loop you're trapped in. You never get to go to 10. You never get to actually die or like leave. They say how like the moon could be a soul trap or something. Like when you go to leave and go to wherever you're supposed to go, like, or they say don't go towards the light when you die. Like you're going to get recycled in here into this loop. So that's what we think. That's what I think the ritual of 9/11 is. Crow 777 talked about this, that I'm going to bring you up in a second, G, that there's a ritual to 9/11, right? That it's all about a loop, keeping you trapped in this loop of never going to like perfection, like never going to completion. You're just in a loop cycle. You're a hamster on a wheel. You know what I mean? Like a man. I'm just going to read a couple more of these comments and bring you up. G. Yeah, the cycle democracy we live in is also decaying and has been for a long time. The church was indeed used as a form of control in the past, but there's good morals in Bible we're stepping away from. I don't know, dude. I'm just like anti-Christian now. I'm just straight Frisian Woralda. Fuck Christianity, dude. They're the magi, dude. They're the evil. I'll agree with that. I don't like it at all, dude. I don't like the Bible. I mean, I could read the Bible and I could get my own positive things from it, but the Vatican, modern day Catholicism, Christianity. Nah, bro. What they did with the children and all that, like, nah, they're the magi, bro. Like, oh, you're born a sinner. Like, fuck all that shit. Give me 1 second, G. A couple more comments and I'm caught up. I'm from Belgium. Yeah, dude, Belgium, you're out there, bro. You need to get on the Frisian shit. Fuck Christianity, dude. JFK was by CIA. He went against the federal bank. All right, we got Ruben. All right, Ruben. Going off in chat, dude. What up, G?
What's up, brother? 1 second.
Back in Illinois?
Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you back in Illinois?
Yeah. Yep.
Illinois.
Yeah. How about you, man? How you been?
Yeah, I'm in Denver. I'm all right. Usually if you guys ain't seeing me, the pattern has been that it's not like, oh, I've been doing all this great stuff and busy. And most of the time it's just like I'm fucking in some weed coma. Just wandering around town in a weed coma for fucking months. And I gotta slap myself out. See, I don't have self-control. That's been something that every day I've been kind of telling myself, like, you got to do this frying thing. You got to have self-control when it comes to this weed, dude. It's like the child with this. You got to have virtue and self-control, dude. I might not even be able to focus on freedom, dude. I got to be like a little child. I got to be born again, dude.
Same here, man. I can't control myself with the shit either.
50-year-old dude. And I gotta tell myself every day, dude, you got to have self-control. You got to be virtuous, dude.
It's a constant battle, isn't it?
Yeah, you got to have self-control. So, yeah, so that's my story. So, came out of my my fucking haze, dude. And then I'm like, and then it just compounds itself. Like, you know, you take a few days off, people are like, oh, where's those shit and this and this. So you start making moves, right? It's like, it's so strange, dude, because like I had go through one of those periods a couple months ago where a couple months prior I was, so like 4 months ago, like I had been in a weed coma, right? But then I went to the club, I did well, and I made the video, even though I was like, oh, I'm afraid to show myself. I'm afraid to go online. I was trapped in that at that time. But then I released the thing, right? People are like, oh, this is great. This is great. But it was such a strange dichotomy because it's like, oh, great job. This is great. You know, finally, you know, we saw something awesome at a club from you. Like, we never thought you were funny, but you clearly rocked it. Whatever, you know, stuff like that. Like, but then I'm like, that's crazy because I released that, but I'm still kind of like, I was still like in the weed. Like I was high as hell during that set, right? Like I'd smoked whatever, just like 30 minutes prior or whatever. Like high as hell during that set. But like when I'm like that though, I'm kind of don't have my confidence. So my point is that like, it's strange when you don't have confidence, you're not feeling good, you've been isolating, but then you put something online that gets a kind of a real nice reaction. And you're kind of like, it's kind of weird. It's like, damn, this got a good reaction, but I'm still in a funk. I'm still feeling funky. You know what I mean? So that's just a weird thing. But
it's all about balance, brother. You got to find that middle ground, the balance, and whatever you're talking about or dealing with. I don't know if that helps or not.
Yeah. Yeah, but people always try to give me like pointers, advice, like bring me up, but like I don't know, dude. I'm like a messed up dude. I heard someone talk about on Reddit. They got this section CPTSD, so it's like PTSD, but like complex PTSD. Like from growing up in weird home life and shit. And but someone was saying that like nothing that would work on like other people, that like little things or like advice or like, you know, someone I could tell you about like how I'm moving with the weed and everything, and then someone will try to give me advice. But like the thing that helps the most is when someone like tells me something, but they're not really trying to help me. Like the way the girl put it was, she went on a date with a dude, and the dude wanted to see her again, right? And she told her friend, she was like, yeah, I went on a date with this dude, and can you believe it? He wants to see me again. He wants to hang out again. And the friend goes, yeah, of course. Like, you're awesome. Like, you're beautiful. Like, you have a great personality. Why Of course he wants to see you again. So she wasn't like, she was responding to something and it was just, and then the girl said, that's what hits me. When someone tells me something like that, like, that's what's real impactful. Like, oh shit, okay, maybe there's something to what she's saying, you know what I mean? As opposed to like, if she was like, oh, I'm feeling bad, and someone would say to her, no, you're beautiful. You feel like it's different. Like it came out of nowhere. It was like she was telling her about something else. And then she goes, yeah, of course. Like, how would you not see that? Like, I don't know if that's making sense, but like, I think that's like for me too. Like, I don't know the exact situation, but there's something to it. It's basically like a compliment that you don't really see that, and it's not when you're like saying like, oh man, I fucking suck, and then people are gonna try to pump you up. Like that shit might not work for some personalities. Like advice when you're at a low point, it's like something maybe I don't know. I got to figure out myself when I'm at low points.
You're probably like me.
Yeah.
You isolate and self-sabotage a little bit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's like I'll build momentum, right? Like Paul could attest to this probably, you know, my journey with Paul is like people will see me make momentum, doing things. And then when I kind of reach a peak, like a crescendo with it, where people are like interested, what's he going to do? I'm interested in him now, or maybe I didn't like him, now I do. He's got some movement, and that's when I'll just pull all the way back, like, yeah, like sabotage it. Nah, I'm not worthy. Like it's all like subconscious. I'm not worthy of this. There's no way people actually like me. It's just like, and then I'll just withdraw, right? And I won't let myself keep going. Like make it. It's dude. In hindsight, I've been doing this. The first time I can remember it is when I was like 7th to 8th grade in football, and they wanted to make me like the quarterback, like the main dude on the team. They wanted to make me quarterback. They wanted to make me starting quarterback and just be like the man, you know what I mean? But once they did that, for some reason, like I remember I was like skateboarding. I had a tiny scratch like on my right hand. And I used it as an excuse to like isolate. Like I stopped showing up to the games. Like before that, bro, I was at every practice, never missed a game. Like I was that dude. For some reason, like I don't know why. My parents were just, it wasn't my parents, it was my mom. But my mom was just doing ratchet ass shit. She's doing ratchet shit, bro. She wasn't like helping me with any of this football shit. I did it all on my own. From like 5th, 6th grade, just like show up every day on time. And they gave me like special awards for it because I like tried, and I would actually try too. Like, and but then once they gave me everything I would ever want, you're the man, you're the quarterback. That's when I would pull back and stop showing up to games and shit. Maybe stop showing up to practice. So in hindsight, that's when I first saw it, bro. When all the hard work goes into getting what you want, that's when I'll pull back and be like, nah, for some reason, bro. Yeah, it's a sabotage thing. It's like, nah. And you ain't gonna, I'm not, it's like you do it to yourself. It's like an evil thing. Like, nah, I ain't gonna let you succeed. I ain't gonna let you like, I do it to myself, you know, like, nah, fuck you, dude. You don't deserve that shit. You don't deserve to be quarterback. But it's subconscious, right? So I don't know if that made any sense. Get organic.
Oh yeah. Does to me, man. I do the same shit. Kind of self-sabotager, isolator. Yeah. Deal with.
You might be smoking them.
What do you call that? Afraid of success or something, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. You might be smoking those sprayed packs. Yeah. I mean, I was spending way too much. Like they got these like $60 8s after tax out here. These like fucking green dot 8s. And yeah, the weed's like weaponized. It's not full spectrum. They took the CBD out. That's why the full spectrum RSO oil hits me better. So who knows, man? Maybe if they were able to breed back full spectrum weed with the CBD in it, they kind of weaponized the weed. It's like a heroinish type of weed, couch lock, overeating type weed. And that's if you're good weed, let alone like the shit that you're talking about, like the sprayed shit. Like Moose was talking about that. Moose worked in the industry and he got his lungs all fucked up because he would spray whatever that bullshit is on it. And he fucked his lungs up working in the industry. And yeah, so there's many levels to this shit.
Yeah, no, it wasn't helping me, man. I had fucking some lung pains or something going on from smoking. I don't know, probably smoking too much, but yeah, the buds we're getting are not good. Need to get back to organic, natural seeds, and yeah.
Yeah, our poll says you're aging backwards, dude. Maybe there's something piss therapy. Yeah, dude, there absolutely is something to piss there. Yeah, dude, it's the fountain of youth, bro. I had some fucked up ass feet recently. Every now and then, it's like a winter thing, but like my heels will get so dry and cracked that they start to like form a wound. So it like cracks open, and then you could see like flesh in there and shit. Like in some of the cracks, there's like wounds. And so now the cracks become wounds. And then even like on my the arch of my foot, like that soft skin, like that was all like dried up, and there's a bunch of lines. Like your skin could get so dry that you could then see like all the lines in it. I don't know if that's ever happened to anyone, but like as you age and like wrinkle and like all these like lines, these little lines like on your heel though, like each line was like a wound. It was like all dry, dude. So I knew the urine would cure it though. So I have some aged urine, all that shit. So I just soaked my feet. I just soaked my feet, dude. And then it kind of looked, at first it'll kind of look even kind of worse. Like the lines became all pronounced, but I know it's going to heal, dude. And I know that like, even though there's open wounds, you could put your feet in the aged urine and it won't hurt you. As a matter of fact,
put it in like a glass jar or something, bro. You can't put it in like plastic. That's probably like leaching plastic. And
yeah, I was just talking to him on Reddit about that, because the dude's like, how do you store it?
Anything about pee, or
yeah, absolutely, really, dude.
But I know that that's not good to sit in a plastic bottle. And
yeah, the plastics, they're saying we got like a plastic spoon size worth of shit in our brains.
Yep, I
don't
seen
doubt
that
it, dude.
too.
Man.
I just bought some shit to detox from it.
But yeah, dude, piss is this. You can make the Philosopher's Stone from it, dude. I'm pretty sure there's trace amounts of gold in there, like gold and urine has something to do, dude. And it also just shows like how you're kind of like a god, dude. If something comes out of you, people are like, oh, it's a waste. But dude, you don't know how fucking awesome you are, dude. Like,
put a magnet to it. Maybe you pull some gold.
It's like if God was pissing on you, dude. Do you think that would be like bad? If God was like, if you ask anyone in this chat, hey man, would you like God piss all over you? They'd be like, fuck yeah, dude. Why not? Yeah, how could it be bad for you? It's the same thing with a human, dude. The urine is not bad, dude. Yeah, dude, the urine is so fucking aged urine, dude. Dude, it's so fucking awesome. Like, but it's the fountain of youth, dude. I'm telling you. For like face, dude, because he's saying it. He's like, oh, you're aging backwards. Dude, but I don't even put the shit on my face. But if I did, dude, I'm telling you, like my shit's starting to get wrinkled, old man shit. I don't know about how old anyone is in this audience. Well, Paul's audience is my audience, and Paul's audience, I guess, is pretty like 65 and older mostly, I guess. So people know about wrinkles. But like all these like little, as you get like older, you'll see like your skin dries and it start being like, damn, I'm a wrinkly ass motherfucker. The fountain of youth, miracle cure, aged urine, bro. I don't give a fuck. And I love that Paul fucking criticizes it, because he's the brilliant, in my eyes, you know what I mean? He's brilliant. He's the man. And he's still gonna look down on it. One day with his health shit, that shit might be the cure, bro. We got to make ourselves a Philosopher's Stone. The Book of Aquarius, dudes. When I was talking about this on Reddit about the urine, and that's what this. Let me see. I'm trying to find I got a video. Yeah, Alchemy Bible, the Book of Aquarius.
He needs to eat a steak and drink some pee, right?
I don't know about steak. I've been doing fish too, following his lead. Introduce some fish into my diet.
Hell yeah.
But definitely urine could help him, dude. But he already figured it out though, or he's already back on a good track.
Oh yeah, sounds like it.
But these fucking Frisian people, dude, I might have to go man in the street. Yeah, what's up, Rob? Good to see you too, brother. I have to go man in the street. Numbers are kind of low. I just wanted to start off like this for some reason, see if we can get something going. I'm trying to think if there's anything. So you're in Illinois working and shit? G?
Yeah, I'm on Illinois chilling.
Word. So you
Yep,
took the RV around for a little bit and decided to go back home?
Trying to find something to trying to find a place to live right now, actually, or land or fucking something. It's a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, there's a dude that hit me up.
Not too many houses for sale.
He's that guy Jesse. I guess he's got some property, you know. I'm not saying like, but I don't know. Maybe you two should talk. I don't know how you would get a hold of it. All right, I might have an email. But you know, he goes on Paul's stream. I don't know. His name's
What
Jesse,
state
I
is he
think,
on?
or Jeffy, Jefe. I think he's in Arizona,
Jeffy.
if I'm not mistaken.
Who the fuck is that?
Jeffy. He was the guy that was doing something recently where he had interactions with the police and he was kind of showing Paul some of his paperwork and talking about what happened. And I guess his hiccup was he was kind of being real wordy with his like paper, like say he was going to submit something to the court. And it was like all wordy and shit and way too long. And Paul was like, nah, dude, you gotta condense that shit, get right to the point. Like you're too what's the word? Loquacious? What's the word when you're too wordy? Too many words? Just like, nah, dude. You're way too many words. Just short, sweet, simple, right to the point. What you're doing with these people.
Right.
Someone just said, my brother in Christ, the world is not ready for your revelation. The fuck? Let me see what I posted. I don't even know what this dude's responding to. Oh, it was my fucking breakdown of that 8647. Let me try something here. Whatever. Kind of want to look at this post, see what these whatever. These are fuck. People are making fun of me on a conspiracy thing, bringing up gematria shit. Come on, man. Turn on my email digest. The fuck is that? Email digest. Give me a second here, dude. I'm looking at my phone. Oh my god. Fucking won't let me get to it. I just want to see something of what people are posting on this fucking thread. I could just pull it up on here. I don't know what's going on my fucking phone. Fucking internet, whatever. What'd you just ask me or say?
I didn't say shit.
Yeah. So look at this. So here, look at Talcott clip collection. Fucking Christos likes this video. I'm gonna play a video, but it's me. The song I got mad at Paul one day, and I made a fucking song. Right? I didn't have to tell him, but he suspected. But then Talcott clip collection has he has a grudge against Paul, right? How do I say? He has a resentment, right? Because he took down all that shit.
Yeah, something's going on.
But then I think his other channel is this one called Talcott, which I'm gonna pull up right now. So
I figured Paul was going to jump up here.
Yeah, maybe it's just some action. I got no numbers. I got no fucking
man on the street
going on, dude.
Go.
I mean,
let's go.
Gotta go man on the street, dude. Make something happen. First day back, no one knows I'm here. It's like you gotta like,
dude. Do you post?
They're not letting me in no algorithm, huh?
You should make videos of that man on the street and put it on your YouTube channel as videos. See how many hits that gets.
Yeah, like edit it and even do shorts and like, or even go way back in Paul's shit. Like I could like work on my editing skills and like go through all Paul's archives of me being on his show and like find good moments and just make either videos or shorts, like little segments of that.
I don't see why not.
Especially if I'm not like going live. Like that's what I was thinking. All right, if you're not gonna go live, you should at least give the people something, dude. Like put something out there. Keep your momentum going, dude. I just cease all momentum, dude. Every time it's a pattern. Every time I get something going, I just shut the fuck down, dude. All right, so this channel, let me pull it up. Put it on here. So this, give me a second. Let me get rid of this. All right. So the name of the channel. Let me go to the name. Fuck is it? That's right there. So the name of the channel is Talcott. Oh wait, Talcott Shorts. Okay, so that must be Talcott Clip Collection's channel, right? But he's only got and this is one of them that he made like a couple months ago. But watch what he does, dude. He's got a resentment against Paul. Just watch this and tell me.
Yeah, I think you got to blow it up. Oh, it's a short.
It'd be better if you could see it, but like, yeah.
But you guys are tweaking, dude. I know, but you guys are tweaking, dude.
Now listen right here, you bitch ass hoe, shouldn't open your mouth. Every word I speak from here on out gonna fill you with doubt. Going straight for your throat, this must be a joke, cause this how you cope. Bitch ass hoe at the end of your rope, line in the scope, low pro with the cloak, and dagger flabbergasted at the fatty blubber blabbing, blub blub blub, blub blub blub. I don't really give a fuck, ducking and diving, these conniving, two-faced feces on they face, they pace another lane, they dame man, two times, shoe shine, my time to shine 2 times. Huh? Bitch ass hoe, what you dying for? Huh? Bitch ass hoes, what you lying for? Bitch ass hoes, what you dying for? What you lying for? What you dying for? Bitch ass hoes, what they lying for?
So I need to. So what song he took? So he took the lyrics from one song and put them on the beat of another song. I'm trying to figure out what song this beat is. At first, I thought it was Crawling Out the Depths, man, but it's not. Let me just hear it one more time to figure out. Oh, it must be the one, bitch ass, so what you lying for? So that song starts out with Big Black Hole, no tic-tac-toe. All right, he took that beat and he put a different song's lyrics. So he edited that. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. He took the beat off one song. Like he changed the beat on a song, basically.
It's edited.
Put a different beat in. But yeah, he's coming at Paul on there. Like you could tell if you could see it better if we weren't on portrait view. So he's obviously got a resentment against Paul. And Christos said this is huge. Christos really liked that video. I don't know if you knew that it was the song was kind of about Paul, kind of when I was angry at him. And then B, Talcott Clip Collection has a resentment against Paul, and he put Paul's face in there. So I don't know if Christos caught any of that. Then any of that was kind of like going against Paul. But like it's fun and interesting. Talcott Clip Collection, get up here, bro, if you're watching. What you got going on, dude? What's that kid got going on? Let me do this. Yeah. But whatever. Music. I got these 3 songs that I have to let me put my camera on. I got these 3 songs that I have to that I've been working on. I got lyrics to them. I mean, I'm not ecstatic with them, but one song I wrote like a year ago, and then I got 2 more that I wrote within the past. Like I wrote one maybe say 5 months ago, and then I wrote one say maybe 3 months ago. So I got these 3 songs that I haven't recorded, and what I'll do is usually it won't be a full song. It'll just be like a first chunk of a verse, like all the shit I release, and then it doesn't seem like it's done. But what I noticed with my music is like the first chunk I won't really like, but if I keep going, like if there's more lyrics and more lyrics, I think the song gets better and it ramps up. And for some reason, it starts off like a mild, like say verse 1. That's mild. Verse 2 is ramping up. And by verse 3, I'm like lunatic spazzing out. For some reason, my music tends to go like that for some reason. Where's Evan Ben? Rob says. I know, dude. He got mad at Paul, I think. He got mad at Paul because maybe he was like, these are my theories, but like, the stuff with Talcott. I don't know, dude. I think that kid is like a big fan of mine. And I think he likes me a lot. And if Paul goes against me, he don't like that shit, bro. Because it seemed like almost Gorilla Gems and Evan, like Gorilla Gems can make something and he might make me look bad, right? But then Evan, it seemed like, will come back with something to like make me look good. And it was almost like dude, this might just be in my head, but I think Evan likes me, dude. And I think that he thought that Paul was going against me too hard. And he was like, fuck this, dude. But it's not just about me. I mean, it could have been many, many other factors, like Talcott in there, and he was fucking paranoid that he was making a mistake about making fun of Talcott. But based on that video that was just made, where he's clearly going against Paul, like he has a resentment against Paul, and he kind of like, I don't know, that's just some of my thoughts on it. Come up here, Evan, and tell me I'm wrong or explain yourself. And we got 5 fucking people in here, dude. I gotta go to
bro. Guess who's live right now?
Talcott?
Oh, shit, son.
I saw him live for like, he was live for like an
on
hour.
there too.
He's on there right now?
That's what it looks like.
Fucking OTW, dude. Let me get into fucking that,
shit.
dude.
So funny.
What's LML?
LMAO?
I gotta Google LML. LML.
Maybe
It
Matt
means
LOL.
laughing, mad, loud, love my life, life cycle. You put LML slang.
LML. Leave.
Laughing, mad, loud. I don't know if they're laughing at me because my theory is so fucking ridiculous. Laughing, mad, loud, maybe.
Laughing mad loud.
NY lingo for laughing, mad, loud. Yeah, because he's laughing because maybe he's like, you're an idiot, bro. That's not what's going on. But like, I don't know, dude. I got my theories. Might be just probably something to it. But let's pull up fucking Talcott. Let's see.
I'm blocked over there. I'd go over.
You hop up on there? I don't think I'm gonna hop up on there,
let
but
me up.
let's see.
So funny.
What the fuck's up with OTW, dude? The motherfucker's a flip flopper, dude. Paul comes around and he gets right into fucking shape, dude.
I listened for a second. It sounds like one of them guys is coming at Jack. I don't know what OTW's been saying.
OTW just drifts into fucking cupcake fucking mode, dude, and fucking like siding with Jack. Like, dude, that's what I don't like about OTW, dude. I can't trust that motherfucker, dude. Leave him to his own devices and he just drifts back into cupcake fucking la la land, dude. I don't know what that kid's fucking problem is. All right,
What
where
do
the
you mean?
fuck is that? Like
There's
when
only so
Paul's on, when Paul's involved with him, like directly involved on his show, OTW holds it together, right? He laughs at Paul's jokes. He I don't know, he's just like a different person. The second Paul's like out of his life, he'll start like having people on panel that suck. They just do this what do they call it? Beta chatter. He starts like siding with Jack, and Jack's a good guy, and he starts having fucking Dusty Powder, whatever the fuck is that, Slow State. He just starts cupcaking and fucking beta chattering with everyone, dude.
Yeah, you see
Fuck,
Rob's
like
comment. He does he tries to get people to pay to push people off panel and stuff, but that's part of it. He's like trying to get people to pay to kick him off panel.
Yeah. All right, let me find these fucking fools. Where the fuck am I gotta search it. Jack. Talcott. Let's see.
History. And if I'm right, the message for the future that God is revealing, alone we fail. Together, we change the world.
Fucking asshole.
Seems pretty simple and obvious.
Pure entertainment.
But I don't know what to do.
Jesus is a hard act to follow.
Well, you're
Jack.
doing it. Oh, sorry, Exo.
See, OTW's gonna cup it. You're doing it, Jack. You're great. Nothing's wrong.
Is that Stephen King?
Yes.
That was just speaking. No,
No.
that was me.
No.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No.
So these, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought Black Jesus was Stephen King earlier.
That
He didn't
is.
speak just
Yes.
now, though. That was somebody
No.
else. Okay.
Not Stephen King.
I'm not on
That's a
point
writer
today.
of books.
Sorry.
That's an author. That's an author.
Well,
Right,
You're
right.
mixed up.
Were you saying something, Rob?
Oh no, I'm just laughing, man. Play it.
Fucking OTW, dude. You fucking cocksucker, dude. But then I can't go up there. What am I gonna go up there and just be like, oh, you guys are fucking suck? I'm gonna end up looking stupid, dude. I've done that a few times. Where I go, oh, I'm gonna go up there and fucking talk shit. and then it just goes bad for me. I just end up looking like a fucking idiot. So.
Here,
famous
let's swing back to the idea that Jesus is a hard one to follow. Yes and no. It is and it is not. It's challenging to forgive when you don't want to forgive. It's challenging to, accept when you don't want to accept. Those things are hard. But
Jack caught on. I can't really do it to him anymore. But yeah, that was good because like sometimes I'll have some momentum, I'll have some clout. So I go on Jack's show and he's like, "This is Brian, man, he's a cool guy." And I was doing this thing. Paul noticed it where I was like, I'll be nice to him and he'll be like, "All right, yeah." But then I'll start like challenging him, and then like he'll get all fucking grumpy. And then I'll be nice again. I'll flip flop like that just to fuck with him, right? But now he knows it only worked like once. Is it actually you, Paul? I'm sure it's probably Paul, but I'm gonna bring him up. Yeah, I'm gonna bring him up.
What's up, brother?
What up, no?
What up, brother?
I was wondering just yesterday, I must have manifested you in this hell realm. So I was like, where the fuck is Brian O'Shea, man? He hasn't broadcasted in forever, in a manner of speaking.
I know. I was like, man, I should text this dude or text someone because I know people like wondering, fuck, did he get locked up?
Did you see the egotistical, arrogant folks try to trigger me, Brian O'Shea? They love to try to trigger me and get me to try to defend the truth, which doesn't need to be defended, saying I'm coaching people into jail. And they missed the part about folks going to jail and then coming out the other side with dismissals. That's the part they seem to have missed. But
yeah,
I'm not going to feed into it. I'm choosing love.
Yeah, and it's like in my experience with it, it's only been positive. Like I said, I'm not saying like if things start going bad and like I start having bad experiences, but it's only been level ups for me. Like we talk about, when are they going to hurt? When are they going to hurt me? I feel like I've only strengthened my faith. I've learned different things. I might not have dismissals. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with some of these arrests. I don't think they dismissed it in Vegas. I don't know what they did in Inglewood. I'm trying to find out. But yeah, man, you didn't hurt me at all. You only helped me so far. So I don't know what they're talking about.
I'm a bad man, Brian O'Shea, for trying to get us to rise to the occasion and be inspired in our lives and, feel like we're not disempowered. I'm a bad man for that. Without violence or going to war, like standing for something and actually trying to get results and then getting them. I'm bad for that. I should just shut up. We should just shut up. Fucking go to your slave job, pay your slave tax, follow your codes and policies. Never really dream, never imagine, never get outside the box.
Never push your limits, never live freely.
No.
Just sit on the couch and fucking just pound your fucking pud,
Crank your hog.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah, because this was your idea at first. You were like, or maybe not you, but you were the one practicing the stuff. You were doing stuff before you went viral, right? You were doing stuff on the ground. You then were like thinking, okay, this is how things work. The definition of driver. Okay, I'm going to try this. I'm going to record it. If I get pulled over, I'm going to drive with no plates. Like you were doing all this on your own, just thinking, oh, how do I go about being free and combating this stuff, right? And then other people start, yeah, I think that's a good way to go about it. You know what I mean? So it's not like where was anything nefarious or where are these other people's ideas? What are they doing? What are they influencing people to do? You know what I mean?
Well,
it's
it really
not like
sort of reveals to you, and I'm not victiming, but it really does. Like whenever I come, I limit my access nowadays to these spaces because I've really sort of internalized the fact that when you come to these spaces, there's just so much fucking hate and like denial and delusion that it's like you start fighting or arguing with monsters and you sort of become that, or it comes out of you, right? I'm not saying like I don't have that in me, but it starts to become part of who you are more readily just because that's what you get, right? You attempt to try to do something that seemingly is good for all of us, and folks will mock you and shit on you, but that's part of the process too, right? Of like becoming, it seems, is, you know, you have to accept that a lot of this stuff is not for most people. But I guess there's still a human being inside of me, because I guess beyond whatever my response is like, oh, I don't like that. You know, I'd prefer it to be a different way, which is not reasonable. You know, like it's not reasonable to presume on the internet, especially. People are going to want to be empowered and change their life and not be a slave. You know, and then try to mock somebody who's like, okay, I'm going to go to jail over and over again if I have to get a process down or to change the situation by doing activism. I don't know. I don't get that. I guess I'm not supposed to get that.
Yeah, I had something I was just gonna say about what you're talking about. It's kind of left me, but see if I can get it back. Yeah,
In other news, Jack Talcott has a second brand or a third brand he's now copywriting, Live Without Hair. That's what I've heard.
Do you want to? Let's play a little bit. OTW's over there. Just because OTW.
Did you see your boy? Did you see? You gotta love this fucking. You know what goes on here, man, is worse than an opium den. There's something on these panels, like in the air, like the casinos, where people just start saying shit. You know, and like it's happened to me at certain points, but OTW literally went over there earlier and said that Jack Talcott was a hero.
What?
Dude, that's
yeah, I've seen the most amazing sort of changes in people, and I'm like, God bless them. I'm not going to expect like some loyalty to some concept that may be half baked, but just the rebound that happens, right? Like they go from like Wizard going, it's obvious, it's common sense. We all seem to know this. Like this applies to all of us, certain things. And then we go, okay, where's the line to that? And then we're like, oh no, you know, praise God. God is love. Jack doesn't have to work. Jack has money. He doesn't have money. He's mismanaging his affairs. He's at a motel. You know, he needs an RV. He doesn't. He's going to end wars and legal secrets. It's like, there is really, it's like me saying I'm going to travel freely with no license, registration, insurance. They go, these guys either are ahead of their time and have a spark of genius to them, or they're completely insane. So I almost have to relate. But just the juxtaposition of like, okay, we all kind of know if we don't work, then we're not going to have certain things. And it's really then about doing what you love to do that you're good at, or developing certain talents and abilities. No, we're going to throw that out. There's zero common sense. You know, you're not a loser failure if you hang out on panels for 8 hours a day, just imagining realities and never taking steps toward that. And then we go from that to like, you're a hero. I think it's amazing. There's nothing like this place. There really isn't.
It's like you go on his broadcast and he completely whips into shape, completely laughing at everything you're saying, agreeing, making himself say, yeah, you know what? I'm a fucking idiot. But then he goes right back and it's over and over and over. And I don't know if there's an end to the cycle. Like, how can he whip it up into shape when you're there and then fall apart when you leave out of his life over and over again?
Bro, that's what that love will do to you, right? It's like if you got a chick, you know, and you're like head over heels for her, and your God is loving and love is godding, and she's taking 5 guys every night, not the fast food chain either, you know, and you just keep going back over there like, I love you. And she's like, yeah, I love you too, because you let me do whatever the fuck I want and act a fool and embarrass everybody. And here you are, right in my face, you know. And I mean, listen, I guess there's something to be said for it, you know, if that's how you want to live and what you get out of life. I mean, there's at least something to that to an extent, you know, like if I get into a relationship with a woman on some level, I go, we're both coming into this with some level of trauma or sort of, you know, value systems and principles or lack thereof, certain like attachment styles. We're going to get to some friction at some point. We're going to mirror each other. We're going to have to do some fucking internal and external work, you know, but, I don't know. I guess there's a level of discernment you believe you have. And then watching stuff like this, it almost either gaslights you or frees you, because you go, you know what? I don't have all the answers. I don't need to. I'm going to do what I need to do. And God bless these folks. I hope it all works out, and maybe they'll teach me something indirectly about, God and the universe and faith versus blind faith and ego and all the rest of it. Maybe I'm missing something here.
Mm-hmm. Let's
Maybe OTW is trolling.
No, he's not trolling, man. He's as Snafu would say, at his core, he's a cupcake. And I'm not saying maybe I'm not. I don't know. I guess it's easier for me to be a little bit darker and a little more straightforward and critical than it is for me to just go love, man, and nothing else matters. And so I don't know. Maybe for me, I do need to get a little bit more closer to the middle. But it always appears to me if that's part of the case of what I need to learn, which is to come to the middle more. That's fine. This seems to be on the other side of that. Like I always say, man, there's a fine line between synchronicity and kind of the universe and God talking to you versus schizophrenia, where you're just seeing and hearing shit and choosing to believe what the fuck you want to believe.
All right, let's listen to these fools for a couple minutes, if you don't mind. Let's just see what
I
they're
want your
talking
critique, Brian O'Shea, as a life coach. You're a life coach too now, Bob. Can we start marketing you as a life coach? I get more life coachy vibes from you than Talcott, and if he's going to do it, it's fair game for you.
Yeah. I actually tried to get into that game. Like, I think it was 2013. I had nothing going on, dude. I had nothing going on. I was like a failed poker player, relapsed on weed, and went back to Chicago. And I'm putting ads on Craigslist for a life coach. Dude. I swear to God.
You went on TaskRabbit as a fucking life coach for 17 an hour.
I should find that kid.
Book a life coach, TaskRabbit.
But giving yourself away to Jesus, giving yourself away to love, humbling yourself to the truth so that love is
that's perfect. Pause it right away. We're not going to get through this. That's all it reminds me of, though. I didn't know you were going to pause it, but I'm getting thoughts right away. And that's the thought I'm getting is just imagine, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do simulation. Play it, and we're going to imagine Jack Talcott is as gay and weird as it sounds. Jack Talcott's like some woman who you've fallen head over heels for, and she just keeps getting banged by black guys and saying, why can't you just get past it and choose love? Ultimate love. And you're trying as hard as you can. All right, go ahead. That's the simulation.
Annie. He's our Annie.
Yeah, right. He's out. Talcott is to us right now in the simulation as Annie is to Jeffrey. Just try to find that space of unconditional love where everyone can do whatever they want to do, and there's zero discernment about cause and effect, and kind of even caring at all about anyone else's feelings. It is very freeing on some level. I won't deny that. It's very freeing to avoid all responsibility and accountability.
Oh, golly, geez, the blessings and the feelings that come through that, the feeling of righteousness that you can feel just by simply not lying, paying attention, doing the right thing as often as you can, and looking for ways to do more. You live like that. As Jesus said, what were the words? The yoke is light, or the burden is light and the yoke is easy, something like that.
All right, let's get focused. All right, he's fucking Annie, right? I'm Jeffrey. He could do anything. He could do anything to us, dude. When he's saying this shit, I'm trying to get in the mode of what you're saying. So,
by the way, did you notice how life works? Where for 3 years, if I ever brought up, "Hey Jack, you started live streaming because of me," he throws me out, gets furrowed eyebrows, casts a spell on me, tells everyone I'm lying. And then just today, this is fascinating reverse psychology. As soon as I didn't argue or even try to not even take credit, but just speak the truth, because I know I will do what looks like me needing credit, and there may be an aspect of that lives in me, but ultimately I do it because I know the other person doesn't want to concede to it, and I know it irks them. Right? Like I do it with Brian O'Shea's black joke that I wrote for him. I bring that up because I know it kind of irks him, but it's if I just get away from it and I go, I'm not even going to comment on it. We all know the deal, or you don't. And it doesn't matter. I don't need the credit. He then admits it. He goes, yep, Paul's the reason I started live streaming. So Jack now owes me, right? They always said I need to pay Jack. He needs to pay me now. I'm the reason he exists. God of all media.
All right, let's get back to
Something like that.
I just don't know the saying. Jack can tell you.
There's
Well,
something.
I'm pretty convinced.
Brian, go in there and tell him he's a hero.
Right? And I started kind of looking.
who me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt it, but we need some live action, man. Can we all just take turns going in there and telling Jack how much of a hero he is, and just seeing how much he'll like lap it up and enjoy it?
I think OTW is right now. He's talking.
Well,
He's currently
yeah,
talking.
I think Brian O'Shea is like he's pretty good at these kind of things, right? Just going in and really letting Jack know that he's out here on the front lines, Baltimore, DC, at the motel for the people, ending wars and legal secrets. He ended his war with alcohol, as OTW said. So I feel like he needs more recognition as like he almost needs a. Can you come up with something real quick? You got any paper or something there? Some kind of medal? It's not an actual medal, but like some kind of award, like a ribbon. Jack Talcott Hero of the Year award.
Like a fucking put a Miss Universe. He'd probably wear that shit.
A banner. Yeah, get a banner going.
Can't put it on the fireplace.
I feel like I'd have to like try to shit on you and be like, oh man, it's Paul. I'm kind of feeling like you, Jack. Paul is I don't know. I'd have to lie.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I've leaned into it here at times, playing the bad guy like it's WWE. It comes so easy to me. So like feel free to, go, I'm so sick of, Paul enslaved. He can't love like you, Jack. That's how you get him. Like if you were dealing with one of these hoes, they know they got you when you say some shit like that, like he can't love like you. And then he'll go, oh yeah, I got you. Oh yeah, I know.
I'm fucking nervous to go up there. Gee,
you're nervous now? It's been a while. Dude, you're Mr. On the ground asking people how many vaxes they got, like chest to chest, in Denver. As one of the Mexicans I worked with used to call it Denver. You're on the ground, man. Come on. This ain't nothing for you. Stroll around Talcadia, a little like I'll go in with you. Maybe. So right, now we're giving content to like Jack's audience that's 3/4 of what I gave him, and then it's gonna call in that thing in me of competition, and then I'm gonna be seen as the evil bad guy. Because at some point I'm gonna go from being marginally sort of empathetic and surrendering to like pointing out the obvious, and it's gonna get me hated over there. You know it.
Something about OTW being over there that I think is acceptable for you to go over there and fucking.
Something about OTW over there just pisses Brian off. What is
See
that?
if they'll let you up. Give them the silent treatment or something.
But that's the thing, man. We can try to do like some method acting or like a meditation. It's not acting, but like this is a form of meditation because maybe we are just all too traumatized. Our upbringing's pretty horrific. We need to learn to love more and let go, and I could see some of that. I could see some of that. So like try to find it. Can you find a space inside of you right now where Jack Talcott's a hero? Like a little bit. No?
No.
I mean, I could act it if I need to go into that role of a Jeffrey.
Yeah, like okay, try to imagine someone who has really low self-worth and self-esteem. Oh wait, maybe that's me. Or you? That might be one of us. But like imagine someone who has zero going on and like can't even get off alcohol or drugs. I don't want to say that's you or me. Weed's not a drug. That's what I'm telling myself. But imagine someone who has zero fucking ambition and motivation and goals in life. Other than being a comedian. Okay, no, that's back to you. All right, but seriously, imagine this. Where am I going with this? Oh yeah, Jack Talcott's a fucking hero, man. To that guy,
right?
They're like, look at Jack. He's in Baltimore. He's on Baltimore or in it. We don't know. He's in a Baltimore state of mind. He's at the motel. He's like right near DC. He could pull off a bombing anytime now.
He's
You
in
know,
the
if he wanted
motel.
to. Yeah, he can go full McVeigh. And where am I going with this? Oh
He's
yeah,
gonna put
Jackson
Trump in
Hero.
his place. Yeah, he's gonna
Right.
get that meeting with Trump, and he's gonna fucking Trump's gonna realize that Jack's the hero. He's gonna give Jack a position in the government. Secret.
This is kind of cool over here because I can just kind of think out loud and be like an aspect of me, and then really nobody's gonna hear it or see it over here. It's kind of like our little secret. You know, and then like, because I don't want everyone to turn on me again and go, Paul Enslaved is fat and evil and bad, and he wasn't loved, so he can't love, and look how wicked he is. He's pointing out what used to be called common sense. Like, that wasn't fun for me, Brian O'Shea. That's why I got away from all of it. You know, I thought I was okay playing the bad guy, but it turns out I am still human. I want to love and be loved, Brian O'Shea. I want to be understood and accepted by Jack Talcott and the other Talcottians.
You know, your boy Evan's got a channel.
Who?
With some shit on it. At Talcott Clip Collection.
No, he doesn't.
Let's see something here. Where was it?
That son of a bitch. I asked him to fucking email me. He must not love me anymore. Most people go through that with me. See, I push people away. Jack's right.
The fuck is
people
it?
who love me and support me, I push them away, Brian O'Shea. And they don't love me and support me anymore.
Yeah, here, look at this. So here's his channel, Talcott Shorts, it's called, but he doesn't have much on there.
Yeah, but how do you know that's him?
Because here, I'll tell you why. Because of the video he made. Look, let me show you something. So here, what does he got in here? Whatever. 6 months ago, he's got some shit about OTW and Jack.
I don't think that's him, bro.
Watch. I'll look. So look at this video. I don't know if you've seen this one. He made it. When did he make this? Description. So he made this November 6th, 2024, 2 days after my birthday. Watch this.
What is how does that factor in?
No, watch this. Just watch. It's a video about me. It's
Brian O'Shea's mental illness now. 2 days after my birthday. Watch this. I think I'm related to Elvis.
So this is so he took the song, he took the lyrics from the song Where I Was Mad at You. Remember that song?
Yeah.
I made a song. And he put a different beat to it, and he put visuals of like me talking shit to you, like in little spots, if I'm not mistaken. You might not be able to see it so good on this format we got right now, but like this is how I know it's him, because he took something from me, remixed it, and he's got you in there, or you know what I mean? We don't have to watch the video, but like you could, but like this makes me think it's him. You want to watch it?
I guess so. Yeah, why not? You're already there.
All right. So if you can see, I don't even know how good you can see it.
You guys are tweaking, dude. I know, but you guys are tweaking, dude.
Now listen right here, you bitch ass ocean, open your mouth. Every word I speak from here on out gonna fill you with doubt. Going straight for your throat, this must be a joke, cause this how you cope. Bitch ass
showing you
rope, line in the scope, low pro with the cloak, and dagger flabbergasted at the fatty blubber blabbing, blah blah blah, blah blah. I don't really give a fuck, ducking and diving, these conniving.
That was kind of rude. Now that you re-mentioned this, I don't know
another lane, they game man, two times, shoot shine, my time to shine, two times.
This is your way of like passively, aggressively insulting me right here while like I'm.
I'm not, because I know. Because dude,
you're playing a video where you're calling me fat and a hoe and telling me I shouldn't open my mouth, and then you promoted it, and now you're bringing it back up. I mean, it's really passive aggressive.
But to me, the way I look at this,
might have been a bad idea coming here tonight. might not have been a good idea.
But I'm just saying he has the resentment against you. He took this and did all this. He shut his channel down.
This is a common theme with me, right? And I'm sure that I'm not the easiest person to love, and that's why I'm not the easiest person to love, because I don't really have much expectations from others, even if I get disappointed, because I know they can do better. And it seems others have expectations for me that they don't vocalize. And when I don't meet them, they get resentments. And typically in my life, I may not be the most empathetic person because I kind of live my life focused on myself and trying to just do the right thing and keep my head above water, you know, and stay inspired. So people interpret that as me not giving a fuck about them and not wanting to care about their needs, right? I'm just kind of self-absorbed in that sense, if you want to call it that. So like, you know, I need, like, in my mind, for better or for worse, I need to keep my shit together and my, you know, and in alignment. And that might just be an excuse to not have to get closer to people or not have to maintain relationships, right? But I'm aware of it. And that's why, you know, I come into most interactions and I kind of kid about it, but I'm straightforward in the sense of don't do more with me or for me than you're compelled to do because you believe it's going to get you somewhere with me or in life, because that's the fastest way to have resentments. I'd rather you just do whatever the fuck feels right to you. You know, don't conform, don't have too much empathy for your own good and care about me and change what you're doing to suit me and then get resentments when I don't do the same with you, you know? And that seems to happen a lot with me. You know? So I've kind of accepted it. And I've also kind of made an attempt at times to practice something different, to be a bit more aware, you know, to not make it a thing about, okay, I'm losing my freedom because I'm having to maintain relationships by being engaged to some extent or present and kind of, you know, to some extent read cues and signals. But yeah, like I said, that doesn't come easy for me because then I feel like I'm being manipulated in a sense. I don't know if that any of that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm following a little bit. No, I hear you. I'm just back on this Talcott thing. I want to listen to a little more of this. I don't know.
Mimi's here. We can fucking sexually harass Mimi over here. No one's gonna hear it again. It's great about being over here. Hello, Mimi. Hello.
She came up on your show with those big jugs out.
Brian O'Shea, please don't be rude. Be inappropriate.
Mimi's got the hots for me, dude. She always has. Remember, that's where the woe came from, dude. Don't make me pull up that.
You got
shit.
the hots for you now. Are you gonna make me get into this now? And you make me do this with you?
Well, I mean, she doesn't have. I mean, obviously, she loves you. I mean, I'm getting all the second-hand shit.
You're the second husband.
Yeah, like I'm that. You know, you go off and do when you're on tour. I don't know. She calls me up
when I'm getting food somewhere. When I'm out eating.
Mimi, that's me. Whoa! Remember, she was making orgasm noise. Remember that? I asked her something about her husband.
Do I? All right, we're really good at being creepy. Everyone already knows that. Let's try to find something we don't know in here from some life coaching.
Yeah, let's get back to life coaching.
Looking at how it worked in my life, and it makes sense to me. God's expectation of us, it's to be honest and authentic. As I said earlier, I'm convinced all that is real and imagined, every thought comes from higher intelligence. All that is real and imagined comes from God, who we are. We are the witness. We are the observer of what we see, what we thoughts and real. We are the witnesses and the
glory. I'm his servant now, and I've turned my life around. I've been able to repent. I'm going to worship my Lord and Savior and listen to him, and he's the only way, truth, and life. Nobody gets to the Father except through him. So Baruch Hashem Adonai.
Just gonna fast forward, trying to get caught up a little bit.
Like drinking is affect.
Well, hear LTW talk.
Go ahead.
Well, there was many factors, and actually, one of you said something about it. Which is that?
The Bible basically talks about becoming, obviously, enveloped and embellished and overwhelmed with God and losing.
So keep doing this. We go live.
You do have you have to act. There has to be an action in which there's no.
All right, fuck it. We're just gonna go to live. Bring it live.
In other words,
well,
no, I'm talking to men right now.
Here,
you wouldn't talk to me about. You don't give yourself up to me.
Right, and the names. I don't know that the names and words are as important as the intentions and the
You gonna go over there, Paul? Why am I nervous? I can go over there. Who's going over there? Someone's got to go over there and do the hero game with him.
Yeah, Jack needs it right now because he's being tested and challenged by all these stupid people who just don't get it like he does. They're not even trying to listen to understand. So it's like, whoa, back off on the fucking disrespect. Open your fucking ears and listen to the gems that this man is dropping.
Yeah, Paul, we got to talk about Jesus, bro. Come on.
For real. Like at a certain point, it gets a little bit sort of tiring. Like even just witnessing Jack's journey and walk of heroicism, heroics, and watching so many people just live in disbelief and resistance and ego and arrogance and ignorance and test and challenge him and not even listen to what he's saying or even ask questions. Seriously.
Dude, on some level,
something should be done, man.
To get like quote unquote real power, like Trump, be Trump's right hand man, get some sort of high position in the government, and like where he could go off on that power, and there's like consequences. Like he could like someone could get like physically harmed by his power position. I don't know, dude. I just think, yeah, he'd be so tyrannical, right? Like,
well,
any power.
It's not actually tyrannical because it's out of love. Right?
Yeah, like that girlfriend, dude. She's
like, we're now realizing Hitler was the good guy. They had us confused, and now I'm learning on panels from other people who are they say they're very educated, that Hitler was the good guy and that it wasn't murder, it was liquidation for love.
Jack loves that new Kanye song. Have you heard it?
Nigga Heil Hitler? Yeah.
Dude, that's the title of this stream. I don't know if you saw the title. The title of this stream we're on. It's called "Were the Germans the Good Guys?" in World War II.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Man, look at that. That's some kind of loop synchronicity. We must be in alignment right now. That's a message. Praise God.
But bro, I think there's something to it. There's obviously though that jerk off video, methamphetamine in the stadium, like, is that a good guy? But like, we're so lied to. Okay, so here's the flip side of it. The thumbnail of this stream has what? It has a picture. It says the Soviets. So in 1941, the Soviets, the British, the U.S., and then there was like another one in there. But they're like those were the people promoting freedom, right? At that time in 1941. But is that true, right? It's not even true now in America, freedom. So
this is something that I think that you notice from history is human beings tend to be extremists. They're either left wing, they're right wing, they're good and bad, and both sides, it's usually a dualistic dynamic, and both sides are usually deceived. So I'm not willing to jump on the train of Hitler was the good guy. And I'm not willing to say that everything that we've been given by the mainstream media is the whole story. It's probably somewhere in the middle, and again, these are just folks who they accept that part of life is to kill, right? And to take life. And maybe it is, and I just don't want to accept it. But I don't believe that that's what we're meant to do. So, and again, maybe I'm just not fit for worldly power for that reason, because I don't perceive that creating a centralized authority and then rounding people up, and they'll go, well, it was only a few hundred. And I go, a few hundred who? What? It's and then they start getting into it's the Jews who don't want to conform to any aspect of society. And, they've been thrown out of everywhere they've been. So, ultimately you're still saying folks who may not be doing loss, injury, and harm, who just don't want to co-create with you and don't want to adhere to your society, should be rounded up and liquidated. I don't care if it's 3 people, that's a slippery slope, because when is that power going to be used on me or Brian O'Shea or whoever else for not following the state, for not following the code, for not being a part of society in some way that's interpreted that way. Right. So, if you look at the line of sort of action, where we're at now and the state that most folks live in here, it is a replication and a deeper or expanded emulation of a Third Reich. the tracking, the tracing, the reporting, the see something, say something, the agents for safety, telling you for safety all day, every day. Identify, follow the code. We're going to take you for safety. You know, it's the worst visions that we've seen of a Holocaust state of. It's Holocaust light, because they're not yet technically taking people off and liquidating them, but many folks get taken off and have to sit in a warehouse, concentration camp, right, of sorts.
El Salvador, MS-13.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you can deny, like, statism is always fascism. It's merger of state and corporate powers, right? It's power for profit, or power for the sake of it. You know, and they usually go hand in hand. But you know, the statism is always fascism. It's always socialism. It's always Nazism. This is always what it turns into. So yeah, I'm never going to sit on the side. I think that everyone is potentially the same self at their core on the positive side, and then is overtaken by living in this world and becoming of it. And so they're susceptible to, you know, wanting to play the hero and taking part in villainous action.
Yeah. So Heinrich Himmler, Hitler's right-hand man, this Oera Linda book that I'm into, that's all about this free society, these free people that are good, right, honorable people. They say the Oera Linda book was his Bible. They called it Himmler's Bible. So supposedly, you know, people try to say they were Christians because they had this motto on their belt buckles, right? But people are saying no, that they weren't Christians. The motto was about this Oera Linda god called Weralda. So, and yes, the Oera Linda book does like try to compliment the whites and say the whites in their story. I brought it up many times to where they do try to, like, there was these three women, a black, a brown, yellow, and then a white. Okay. And they say the white, the original mother in the original time was in the beginning of time, beginning of civilizations, was these three women. And the white one was the best, basically, is what they're saying. So, okay, that could go along with Nazi ideas. But I think there's something to this Oera Linda book, dude. And I think everyone that's resonates with freedom at this time, which Paul Enslaved does. So I think the Oera Linda book could be your Bible, dude. It might actually be a true thing, because what they argue is that it's always been a war between the Frisians versus the Magi. And the Magi is like the priest class, which is basically the Vatican. I was kind of talking about this earlier in the stream. The Vatican, and then the Vatican would be like connected to all the world leaders, the right, power. So, like, I think there's something to that.
What's the other side, though? What's the other side? Because all you're really going to describe here, I got the feeling, is another holographic reflection dynamic. And the same thing you're going to find on the panel, you're going to find in the Vatican halls. And really, it just comes down to, you have thinkers and doers, right? You have folks who want to sit around and pontificate and be in the metaphysical world all day and somehow get paid to do it, you know, and then you have other folks who are actually building society or community, you know, whatever that consists of, or lack thereof, right? You know, if it's just solely industrialization. So what's the other class of beings? The priest class, which essentially, you know, claims to want to be a conduit for God, and then sort of dispense some mysterious knowledge to the public, you know, to lead the flock. What's the other side of that dynamic?
Who are they going against, or who, like?
Yeah. You said there was two sides going against each other, the priest class, and then what is the other side characterized as?
The other side would be called these Frisian people, which the Oera Linda people basically are. The Frisians are basically like this white people that are from, like, kind of like that German Nordic. Like when that kid came up that we fucking hate from, like, he gets drunk, that, what the fuck is his name? He's like a chubby faced.
I don't hate anybody. You talking about?
Not that we hate.
I think he's
Simon.
Goofy,
No. Yeah, I don't want to use the word hate, but like that annoys us, or, you know, you can tell he's wrapped up in the slave shit.
I pity him is what it really is. But oftentimes folks mistake my pity an attempt to try to sort of work with or understand and help for me hating, right? But maybe it's just a bit of bitterness.
Yeah, I shouldn't use the word hate. Sometimes I throw that out there nonchalantly. But But anyways, that it's be that type of person. So it'd be like that white kid from that area. It was where like is like the stronghold of all these Frisian people. I guess they had, but they're world travelers. They would when they would go somewhere, they would set up, they would teach people about this free society, about what it takes to be a free, honorable, good society. We don't fucking cheat people, but they're strong. They're like the baddest motherfuckers, the most physically strong. They have the best weapons. They're the best warriors. And they're all about freedom. Their whole fucking steez is freedom. Like I said, and their mother would be like their original mother. They have a thing in the society called mother, which is a very powerful person in their society. It's basically a matriarchal kind of thing. But the god world is a male. So it's not like the women have more power because the ultimate god is male. But on Earth, in the material realm, the female has a very powerful position in this society. And what was I going to say? Damn, I was going to say something else. Damn, I lost it. But yeah, basically, they're the strongest. They're all about freedom, and they teach freedom to other people. And they're all about it's like in the Netherlands, they have a saying, rather dead than slave. And that goes back to these Frisian people. So that's what I'm saying. So these are who's up against the Magi. Now, let me ask you something, Paul, because I have a hard time reconciling this. In the version of Weralda, they say Weralda created everything, right? And Weralda is only good. But then they'll say, well, where does the bad come from? And he says it comes from the priests. So what I don't get is, if he created everything and he's only good, and then someone says, well, where does evil come from? And he says it comes from the priests. And basically what I'm saying is, so you could say it comes from the Vatican right now, and how they roll. Like they say they want to create all these laws, but they don't want to follow any of them. Just like the Christianity, they want to make you feel like you're a sinner from the get-go. They want to make you feel bad, less empowered. And the Frisian people would laugh at that. They're like, the fuck are you talking about? We're not fucking bad right from the get-go. Like, we're chill, we're free. Like, this is awesome. Like, what are you talking about? But how do you reconcile that? Where something like a God is supposedly all good, nothing good, but then something came outside of him. That's what I don't understand. If you have a response to that,
yeah, I think that folks fetishize this idea of God in the sense of it has to be all good, and that in order to be all good, one cannot accept or experience a negative polarity. And I think that this is just kind of naive and short-sighted in the sense of, if you're going to project a reality from or onto God, then you would have to accept that being, no matter how much it loved its participants, has created a universe for its children or its creations to experience and to choose. That's the point of the experience, right? And to even do one better, I'll allow, one of my sort of creations, who we could say is fallen, to do whatever they please with their free will, and to tempt, themselves and be deceived, by themselves, and to do that process with other beings and see where it all goes.
Yeah, that's what they say about
just
this world,
allowing, creating or allowing for with free choice and free will to express doesn't make God all good or all bad, right? Like, this is something we seem to do, The Tao talks about going beyond good and evil in order to, something along those lines. I forget the ending line there, but that's what I make of that, is like, the religious people are hypocritical because they at least some of them, the more new agey ones, God's love, everything that's good is God. And it's like, no, God created and allowed this experience for us to choose on some level, to be tested, for who and what we are, and to learn our own way. That's how we learn our own way, individually and collectively, right? Is by choosing. So
yeah,
I think that it's perfect the way that it is. I don't think if you made a realm that was all goodness all the time, that people would be able to learn as much as they do, or have a full range of experience as much as they do, to direct themselves, right? And kind of, live through that will. I think that there's obvious purpose and meaning and point to this existence, and it has to function this way.
Because I think these people are brilliant, and I think they're literally our people, dude. And I think we should follow this Orlinda. But when it comes to something like that, it's just something I don't know. It's a little like, but to your point, that's exactly what their steez is. Like what Geraldo's steez is. He wants you to figure it out. It's not like, oh, he's going to come help you. Like pray, like please God, like
Right.
beg. Like he's not. No, figure it. He wants you. That's his
I know,
whole
Shay, this is
fucking
what I
steez.
love, because you're taking it full circle back to an original concept I have. The whole world's pimping and hoe, and they just don't know it. If you study that world, the man in that world's love, and I'm not talking about lying on women, and I'm not even promoting the idea of selling bodies for cash, but the idea in that was, the way that the man shows love is not like the woman's typically. The way that the man shows love is by being there for you and helping you get yourself in a better position by understanding yourself and the variables involved, right? From kind of a twisted point of view, doing the work that your daddy never did. Now, again, I'm not promoting that lifestyle and what's behind that. I just think it's interesting that we see these dynamics come down, sort of through the ages. And I'm sure some level of this has been going on from the beginning of time, and there's, I'm sure, also a fine line between just a man loving how a man does, which is different from a woman at times, versus being controlling, power hungry, narcissistic, or greedy and worldly and wanting more money and be willing to subject your woman to a whole life and lifestyle that may cause you and her harm, but yeah, man, I kind of imagine God in a sense like that, where it's kind of like, like a father's love. It's never going to be like your mother's love, as far as I can see,
Another question for you, if you're done.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So then, yeah, thanks for that response. And then, so when, so then in their society, they got the mother is a very important figure, right? So like we're saying, we got the God as the male figure, but then on earth, there's this thing called a mother. They call it a mother. And it's like, there's the original mother, which is Freya, which I could go back. There was 3 original women, a black one, a brown one, and a white one. The white one was the best, and her name was Freya. Okay. And then in society, they had a mother, which was like a figure. If you needed advice, you would go and talk to her. She had this thing, a lamp, like this lamp. She had a little fire next to her, and the lamp was very important, very sacred. The mother would always have the lamp near her. And so if you needed advice, you would you would see a doctor before seeing her. They would take all your weapons if you were a warrior and just make sure she's safe or whatever, right? And then you would go and talk to her, and she would give you advice, right? She was trained. There's a way that these mothers were like trained to be able to give good advice. And if she gave you bad advice on purpose, like trying to fuck you over, like that could be a death sentence for her. At the very least, she would get expelled for like ever. Like, so there's no fucking around with like being shady. And she's supposed to give you good advice. And if she doesn't have advice for you, she just gives you nothing. She's like, well, no advice is better than like bad advice. So my question is, how does that work? How do you reconcile that? Like, can you envision like a woman having a position? Like, let's say things work out for us and we get to like sort of be leaders of society and try to rebuild it and make rules and shit and determine how it's going to go down. Could you see yourself going down that path to advocate for that type of role being so important in like your community or a community? You understand what I'm saying? Like how, like a woman, because you know how we're always like like the man has to sort of lead the woman, like we're saying, the father as the God type thing. But can you reconcile how this would work in a society to have a woman with that role and why it was so important to them? Can you understand it, like, and how it would work?
I mean, I think that there's potentially, something to be said for everyone is going to have a voice to some extent, and then if nothing else, we can use everything that comes forth to be tested, test ourselves. Like, are we really perceiving in a way that's beneficial to self and others, or is there another perspective here that may work out better? You know,
But
so
why? Why do they have that role of a mother? What is that? Like, how does that work? Could that even work today if we were able to rebuild or something?
yeah, I think that the feminine aspect of self has to be tended to at times or cultivated, as within so without. So, service is kind of more of that I would think feminine side of things, kind of
Right,
trying
because
to
that would be kind of
maintain
the
a servant's
government,
heart.
right?
Yeah.
She would be a powerful, like the most powerful kind of in that community, society.
Right. I mean, imagine if what you call government was actually what it was supposed to be, which is public service. And if somebody wasn't dying or, needed to be stopped doing something evil, was just like, in your utopia of reality, it's just a bunch of big-breasted women doing service. Like, hey, Brian O'Shea, you need a sandwich, another urine jug. How can we help you? What can we do to make your time a little bit easier here? So, yeah, I think there's something to be said for the feminine influence on a masculine dominated world, even if it's just metaphysically. You see what happens when women go into public service. They become like a bunch of inauthentic corporate distorted males, and they stomp around and try to tell everybody what to do, and they have no grounding for their position because they don't know anything and they don't have any results. So there's no point in being authoritative if you don't actually have anything to show or tell, some kind of results. So yeah,
Yeah,
man,
and our current government could be looked at as corporate, or it is corporate. It's corporation, right? So
yeah, that's more the feminine aspect of things, like actually caring, actually being a servant of something or someone or an idea, actually being empathetic. Like that day when the woman said to you, okay, Mr. No Name, we're going to go ahead and go with it, right? She chose to embody the more feminine aspect at that point of, instead of sticking to these rules and codes and nonsense and doing more loss, injury, and harm, as they said, upholding the law or the policies, it's like, no, let's just let you be a man, and whatever story you're going to tell yourself, whether it's true or not, we're going to like nurture that. We're going to inspire that, right? Imagine if that was what you were dealing with your wife or your supposed service providers all day, every day. Instead of putting you down and nagging you and harassing you and trying to suck the life out of you, they're really like, go get him, Tiger. You're Mr. No Name, we're going to serve you today. Imagine what kind of world you would have. And I'll tell you what kind. You don't have to imagine it. It's pretty obvious. A bunch of empowered men who really had a spirit of their true mama in them, right? Which is like care and service to higher self. And they would be doing what's true and what's right, instead of disempowered, broken, go along to get along with their head down, or acting out overly tough to compensate for the fact that in this system they know they're a slave and that their servants are actually their masters. I don't care if that's the authentic corporate male and their wife. They know at the end of the day, when they go to court, if nothing else, that woman is their master, rather than their greatest source of inspiration. This is why I believe that they'll say the cliche, a dog is man's best friend, right? It's very telling, right? Why is man's best friend not woman?
yeah, they say women are always shit testing men nowadays, right? And that's we could say it's a good thing. They're shit testing us to fucking. It's a survival thing. It's like test, and if you keep passing the test, that's good for them. But what are your thoughts on them? Like when you say shit testing us, I mean, I don't know if that was part of the nagging, and maybe it's just the sign of the times, because that's something that happened to the Frisian people. Like things were going bad.
It kind of depends. Is it hatred and bitterness that they have, or feelings of unsafety and lack of trust that they bring over from their daddy and all the other males they've been with? Or is it their actually intuitive aspect of self calling out for you to double check on what you're doing to make sure you're not leading yourself and everybody else into the ditch, right? So you almost have to be able to determine what's what. Is this coming from a place of bitterness and resentment that's being projected onto me? or is this a legitimate checking and testing of me because this person could see that I'm not doing what I need to be doing for me and for everybody else, right? So, sometime the hoe has to check the pimp, so to speak, right?
Yeah, because that became a thing in this Orlinda book where, things in the society were kind of going bad, and the men, the women would ask the men, like, how many animals have you killed? Just different things to show that they were a man. Like, I guess it'd be similar to a woman today maybe asking,
how much death and destruction have you engaged in?
Yeah, or maybe today it'd be something similar. What's your bank account? Do you have a house? Like, can you fucking take care? Like, have you done anything? Like, I guess maybe in like an honorable woman would be like, have you ever gone to jail? Have you ever traveled freely? Like, it'd be something like that. Like, just
right. That's the point. That's the point. You just described, even from the other dynamic, if not the sort of one side of their master, the woman's the master from the other side of she's going to choose. So if you don't conform with what the majority of these females who've been uploaded by the state believe, then she's not going to choose. So no pussy for you if you're not a fascist statist, because that's exactly the point, right? Is that woman is gonna choose you or hold you to a set of values that are later going to break up your connection from yourself and God and certain values and principles in order to keep her happy or be happy in her life, right? A happy wife, happy life kind of ordeal. So that's the pivotal part of the dynamic is the woman who is aligned with a certain level of conscious values and principles, who's going to work as a second pair of eyes and ears to make sure you're not fucking up the package along the way, getting too, high and mighty with yourself. Because at the end of the day, a man is just a man, right? We all submit to God, so the woman could submit to the man to some extent, but the man's got to submit to God. If not, she's going to be hell on wheels to some extent. And well, should she be to an extent? She don't have to even be that way. Like I've been saying recently, and I've told Jennifer that if you got an issue with something I'm doing and you're correct and I'm not seeing it, just go to God with it, because I bet you the universe is going to do everything that you can't. There's no point in you stomping and getting loud with me or getting whatever and then regretting it later or getting emotional about it. I'm far from perfect. Put no faith in earthly man for whom there is no salvation. Go to God with that and watch it work. You won't have to do nothing.
But how does that work? So she's upset with you and you tell her to go to God. To me, that like I could see her getting upset with that.
Well, listen, because there's some time where men are from Mars, women are from Venus in that sense. I could listen and I could even see the point. But I may not completely sort of understand what's going on or perceive it the way that she does. So then it comes down to, if I'm not causing loss, injury, or harm, but something may feel a certain way to her, and it may be all I know, well, then I may have to know something different and be shown something different, and I just, at this point, I really believe in that, because I've had so many interactions with people where both sides can't get on the same page completely, or maybe are not meant to. Maybe we're meant to come to a middle ground. So I just feel like through communication, through time and experience, and with faith, we're going to be shown more and have more revealed.
Yeah. So just okay, you have the conversation, then it's like, okay, we'll give it to God and give it a little time and see how it works out, is basically what you're telling her. Like, seems like, so yeah. Because you're not always going to have the answers. You're not always going to be perfect.
Right. I'm not always going to be able to give away what I may not have in the moment. So rather than try to fake my way
through the
it
ultimate male, right?
Yeah, like I'm not going to tell her some shit just to tell her some shit so that I have to get down the road and then figure out something else to tell her. There may be certain aspects of me or life that I don't completely understand because I haven't lived the whole thing yet in every situation, and there's more that I need to learn. So sometimes we got to get comfortable with not knowing, and then if there's something for me to learn that I'm not grasping hold to, well, I just believe that, the universe can show you and teach you better than anybody, right? Because it's impartial to a certain extent.
Yeah. So instead of her like putting you on a pedestal and looking at you as God and all the answers, like, then you sort of prove it. Like that's sort of like a ego, like a way to like not be an ego, is to tell her, well, there's an ultimate male that you could develop a relationship with.
Right.
Because like you're always relying on me, I'm going to become the God. So like, here's a way to practice. I don't have the answer for you right now. So you could practice you go to God and see.
Yeah,
see
that's
how
too
that
much
works out.
pressure at the end of the day. You know, men think they want that till they get that and realize they're not equipped to retain that power because you never really had that to begin with. Right? If we're actually leading properly, then we're leading the being back to a relationship with themselves and God. It doesn't require counsel with me beyond a certain point. You know? And I just think that's the true leadership beyond what we've been kind of shown or told the leadership is, where a being tries to rely on their own understanding and give that away to somebody else when they may not even have the results or the answers for themselves. You know, so like, yeah, one is kind of idol worship, and the other is kind of, you know, working in faith. So, and I've seen it work. I've seen where the being takes their time, energy, attention off me and puts it on themselves, like I try to do, because I'm seen as narcissistic for doing that. And then I encourage others, no, do the same thing for you. Get your peace first. Go to God when you need to. Develop that relationship or that energy, and then share the rest if you're compelled to do so with whoever you're compelled to do it with. At least that's what I believe in, right? I can't say that that's the ultimate way to live, but you know, yeah, there's something to be said for replicating that and being seen as that at times, and then at times realizing I'm not completely that, so you can't always go to me for that, you know. And it's better to have somewhere you can go that doesn't require me specifically for you to get what you need.
Do you think there could be something to this Oera Linda book, and that people that resonate or are attracted to freedom at this time could be like actual descendants? Do you think there's
Only
do you
if
think
they're
you could well, dude, there's something about the white aspect. I mean, we could get into it, but can you ever see yourself looking at this Oera Linda book like a Bible, or adopting it, or agreeing that, like,
You say look at it like a Bible. I don't look at the Bible like the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
But this thing would really just be the history of your people. It'd be your great grandfather. It's the story of your people, my people, our people. I think, dude. Like, and it's very simple. It's very simple. Even the language they say is like simple, dude. They don't do anything fucking complex like the Bible, dude. It's just simple language, simple fucking rules, just plain in your face, which is how I picture things would be like in a free society. It's not fucking complicated, dude. It's very simple language, very fucking straightforward. So I don't know, dude. Do you think you could ever adopt that, or come like, yeah, man, I think I'm a Frisian. I think these are my people, and these magi, we've been going to war for them forever. And there's something
No, I don't think that I would ever identify with a character in the book. I think that the book identifies aspects of our character as being. So
wait, which character? What character?
I'm just saying that these are just different aspects of self. Usually it's like saying Star Wars and the light side, the dark side of the Force. We all have light side, dark side of the Force in us. And there's something to be said for needing both in order to generate an experience, even if it's out of conflict, because out of that comes an experience and learning and knowing, and then a choice to change and do and be better. So I think it's part of a greater story, right? So, like I said, I don't look at the Bible like the Bible in the sense of identifying as a Christian and then going, hey, God is in this book. You know, there's stories about an experience that we call God, and an experience of self, because you could argue, where does that begin and end? You know, there's an experience of self and God that's written about in these books, and they call it different things, but it's the same general ideas.
I think potentially, I think it's actually true. It's actually a thing, and we could adopt it. It's like, and we could write our story. It's basically just a series of stories of what's going on in the world. Who are the leaders? That's all this thing is. It's like the history of your family, basically, which you could call a Bible, but it's really just how we look at God, what's going on in the world, and it brings up the cyclical things, like the bad times are coming, like how there's golden ages, iron ages.
At the risk of sounding arrogant, why do I need to consult a however old book to then realize what I can already realize by experiencing life as life on life's terms?
Right, but that's the thing. That's how their God wants it. It wants you to figure everything out. It doesn't want you to use the book. However, when you have it figured out, and I happen to believe it might just be this how it is, dude. These are our people. These are our lineage. This is our blood. Like, and we're just going to tell our story about how you came to your own conclusions, how you did what Ralder wanted you to do, figured it the fuck out yourself, and then write it down and to pass it on to your children. This is how the world works. There's cyclical times. The bad times could come. When the bad times come, this is how maybe you should move. Like, because in the easy times, the golden times, things are easier maybe. But then the cyclical nature of things, the bad times come for whatever reason. The fucking magi have an advantage for some reason. You got to work that shit out. And maybe that's good how it is like that, because you, just like a woman,
it's
when
the individual's life as well, man. The outer replicates the inner, as above, so below, as within, so without. The easier it gets, the more comfortable and complacent we get. The more we take things for granted, the less we want to work, be responsible and accountable, and the more we lose. It's a familiar story. If you ask Jack Talcott or Paul Enslaved, or maybe even Brian O'Shea.
And where does the most wisdom come from? The bad times, right?
The way to the way would be for the conscious being, the middle way, which would incorporate both aspects of the self that you're talking about, whether it be the light side of the force or the dark side of the force, right? The dark side, quote unquote, would be more passionate, would be more willful, would be more somewhat strategic, would be more oriented toward the physical. The light side of the force is more metaphysical, empathetic, surrendering, freeing conceptualization. It would seem to me that both exist for a reason, and that both are part of our state of beingness for a reason. And the task would be to balance the two and make them work toward walking a middle way, right?
Yeah. Because you can't say, oh, the bad times are better. It's a balance. That's why there's good and golden and iron ages and everything in between, because it's all good, or it's all's an opportunity for whatever. But I don't know, dude. I think we should maybe adopt this fucking book, adopt this lifestyle, start writing our history, pass it down to children. I think this is our blood, dude. I think there's a lot to this Orlinda book.
Right, but there is this idea of like doing that with your life, you know, where your life story and your life history is another testimony of what would be written down in the book as a character story.
Yeah.
Like we're already characters in a greater story who get to co-write our own story, right? Within the boundaries of what this experience has to offer us and what's meant for us.
So the FBI director, James,
What's up, Red 40? Go ahead. So feel free. We're in no man's land.
So the Comey made a post on May 15th, like yesterday, right? What's today?
James Comey?
James Comey, director of the FBI,
right?
Made a tweet or whatever, and it was a bunch of shells. I don't know, it said 8647, right?
Right.
The 8 was orange and the other ones were black. Did you know that? And what does that mean? Do you know what that was supposed to mean?
Isn't that with a Tommy Two-Tone 867-5309? Jenny?
So 8647 is 86, like you're 86 out here. Get rid of him. 47, the 47th president, because he's beefing with Trump. The FBI director beefing with Trump through Twitter, right? Great times.
All right.
So he took that picture, right? And they gave him beef. He took it down. He goes, oh, I didn't know it was associated with violence because 86 could mean kill Trump, right? And he's the FBI director. So he takes the tweet down. But then someone else says, did you know that also on May 15th, yesterday, was 8,647 days from 9/11? So we're getting into the
okay, now, right? And that means what now? We're deep. We're 20 years deep on an expose. The
FBI director makes a post. He says he's walking down. He sees some seashells at a beach. He takes a picture, puts it on fucking as like a Trump, like 86 Trump, get rid of him. Right? That's his explanation. But it just so happens to be 8,647 days from 9/11. Coincidence? Gematria, they're breaking out all types of shit in Gematria.
I'm not seeing. This is what always seems to happen. It seems Gematria is headed up by, chairman of the schizophrenic board, where they seem to make connections that don't follow. It's very non sequitur. They go, okay, Seashell 8641 days from 9/11. So now what? Like it's like talking to Smith W. Like now what? Like what? Like so what does it mean?
So, okay, you want to? So there's a Reddit post.
Yeah, well, give me the whole thing if you're going to give it to me. Like where's
I'm
that
gonna tell you
going?
my
It's an
contribution to
incomplete
this-
thought.
Not really, because I could read you to the gematria. So what I'm saying is, the fucking FBI director tweeted that number, but it was towards Trump. But it just so happens to be the same number of days from 9/11. Okay, just coincidence maybe. But then you keep breaking things down. I could read you what the guy on Reddit broke down with the fucking 8-6 and what it means and fuck da da da. But here's what I did. So someone goes, why is the 8 one color and the other numbers are different? So here was my contribution to the fucking schizo gematria shit.
Right.
So there's 3 numbers that are black: the 6, the 4, and the 7. Okay, a 4 and a 7 is an 11, and the 6 and 9 are interchangeable. So you could look at the last 3 numbers as 9/11. Okay, I don't know if you followed that, but it's 6, 4, 7.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Right. Sorry. So it's 9/11, and then you got your 8, right, which is a different color. So the 8 could be a loop symbol, right? So the whole thing of 9/11, my theory of what 9/11 is, and what I learned from Crow 777, but I think it's true, is like the reason they do these rituals in 9/11, the reason they did that ritual, the reason why they want 9/11, they encode it and it's a big deal, is because, okay, every numbers have meanings, right? So you start off at 1 and you progress through life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And each one of those numbers are going to have a meaning, right? But it's basically towards the end of your life. When you're at 9, you're kind of at the end of your life, right? And then the next thing that should come is 10, which is perfection, which would be like death. You know how they say if you're dead, don't go towards the light? But something happens when you're dead. You either go home or you learn something, or you realize, like, you know, during that judgment, maybe how other people felt, what you did to other people, something, right? Some sort of completion happens to begin a new cycle, or something has to stop, right? But okay, what they do is they skip that. They go from 9 to 11. And 11 is also a 2, which would start a cycle, which would be a loop. So that's what one of the theories about this 9/11. Wow.
Thank God. No, you see what that is I was thanking God that someone at the library Brian O'Shea's living at cut the service off, so I wouldn't have to hear more of this ridiculous ranting. But what this really is the guy down there says Paul can't handle the truth of gematria. He's an agent of the Matrix. Yeah, I contacted my buddies to shut Brian O'Shea up, because what he was revealing right there might have completely changed the fabric of our reality as we know it. Thank God that powerful, extremely important information didn't get out there.
Wait, how much did you not hear me? How long have I been gone?
Oh man, it's a good
I've been
thing
gone forever.
If it wasn't for your godly powers, Mr. O'Shea, myself and Shaitan would have finally gotten away with our plan. You're like one of the Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine characters. We would have got away with it too if it wasn't for Brian O'Shea and his 8-person audience.
See, interesting timing by internet to go, bro. There's something to these magi,
It's
bro.
all traps. It's all traps. Let's victimize. Let's look outside of ourselves. Let's find all the reasons why this place is bad and wrong and evil, instead of just being good and doing good and creating a life for ourselves, or just experiencing the life that was created for us to the fullest. Wow.
No, we could do all that, and we could also just see that they do weird rituals. Magi magic. That's like magic, bro. Sorcery.
Of course they do,
That's their
because
whole thing.
the ubiquitous they wants to take power over a bunch of people who don't want to take power over themselves. So one calls in the other. They say, please blaspheme us and mock us and do rituals to take power over our inner space, because we desperately don't want to fucking do it. So can you blame them?
Yeah, so back to James Comey and gematria. It's like, okay, you could say you shouldn't waste your time maybe looking at it, but there's something there, I think.
Oh yeah, there's definitely something there. It's just that you come to the point where you go, we could talk about this shit for effect or for entertainment, but that's really all it's about after a certain point, because the realization is these folks have little to no power other than the power you give them, and the most power you can give them is by putting your time, energy, attention on them, which prevents quite which presents quite the quandary for someone like myself who does a broadcast mainly at times focused on the darker aspects of self and creation. So I don't deny that it exists. If anything, I just try to use it as an inspiration to do and be and have better. But I don't point to it and go, oh my God, there's my failing and undoing. There's no point in trying. You know, the hell realm fetishism. They like to lose and fail and hate themselves while blaming the hell realm for their choices. You know, or sort of lack of will and discipline.
Do you want to hear what all these people are saying about me on Reddit?
They're saying stuff about you, world famous Brian O'Shea.
Yeah, so basically,
Brian O'Shea thinks he's Theo Von now. He's lapsed into a hallucination where he thinks he's Theo Von. These people are probably talking about Theo Von, but he thinks he's him. Go ahead, Brian O'Shea. I don't think you heard any of that because I had my direct line to the audience. You weren't a part of what I just said, so you just continue on.
So basically what I just told you about those numbers, about 6, 11, 9, 11, 8 loop. I typed all that out on Reddit. If we weren't in fucking portrait mode, you could see this.
Yeah, Reddit probably told you were fucking autistic, didn't they?
I'm going to read you
probably not wrong.
So one guy says,
by the way, everyone on Reddit, every one of these accounts was me on an alternate account. Go ahead.
Oh, I found Horde on Reddit. Anyways, you're on to something, bro. And I found him because he was giving you props on Reddit. But anyways, you're on to something, bro. Tell this to your psychiatrist. I'm absolutely certain they will believe you and help you out to uncover these mysteries. Another person says,
I remember I told you that 2 weeks ago.
Round Comfort 8189 says, your Thorazine is calling. Alluring Blaster says,
double the dose.
My brother in Christ, the world is not yet ready for your revelation.
That's Jack Talcott.
Right. Yeah, I think that's all of them. But let me read you a little of someone put in here a gematria breakdown of these numbers, just for shits and giggles, right? Little fucking here. So this guy says it might even be what's his name himself, whatever that guy's name is. Who's Mr. Gematria again? You know who I'm talking about?
These guys like in chat, like they all like will proclaim to their dying breath that I just don't understand the importance of gematria. They always use that phrase, and then I go, could you please tell me how it's so vitally important for our day-to-day life? And I never get that answer. It's the weirdest thing. It's almost like they know that other than gematria, which they always miss the fact, I don't deny it's real. I just say it's not the biggest and most important revelation, right? That like there's synchronicity here, that there's connections in the universe. Yeah. That's one of the qualities of this place is everything on some level is connected or ordered, even if we can't perceive of how. That's the experience of God. That's the experience of quantum physics on some level, as I understand it. That's the experience of the 100th monkey effect to a certain extent. So for the guy in chat and anyone else who's willing, please explain to me how, other than being one stop on the way to revelation of the mystery, which is a godly experience, how, gematria is so important and valuable for our day-to-day life.
Try to find.
Go ahead.
But let me read a little bit of what this gematria guy said. It's probably Hubbard himself. All right. This guy says his name's back once again. Learn gematria. Here, there's a video, blah, blah, blah. This Kabbalistic practice is taught in Kabbalah, blah, blah, blah. The Jesuit educated Trump, had a Kabbalah teacher, as stated in his book.
You're a fucking pedo pogo, basically, because you're reading this shit.
So James Comey equals 86. So I guess they have a gematria calculator, right? So if you type that in, James Brian Comey, it would say that is 86, based on how they break it down, right? The Twin Towers was a sacrifice. Human sacrifice equals 86. Blood sacrifice equals 86.86. Oh, wait, no. Blood sacrifice equals 86. 86 is also American slang for to get rid of. 86 is the date the World Trade Center started being built, 6th of August. 47 is the authority number. Government equals 47. Authority 47. White House 47. So if you type
Can we
these
do
words
Brian O'Shea, Paul Enslaved, and see if we come up 86? Blood sacrifice, evil, death, 666.
All right, fuck it, let's do it.
And then do Jack Talcott too.
Gematria calculator. All right. Let's pull this shit up.
You search Jack Talcott and it's like death, Antichrist, parasite, don't look. Don't look is also 45.
All right, I'm gonna put my name in. Let's see. Okay. Comes up 677. So you could turn that into 1 or 2 digits. I mean, it's given a 3-digit 677. I don't know. All right, let's see what we put Paul and Slave. I don't know, because those were all 2 digits, now in 3 digits. I don't know. We got to get Hubbard up here, dude. Paul enslaved equals 1341. I don't know, dude. Jack Talcott. This isn't working out as good as we hoped. It's got 1 L, right? Talcott. 988. We got nothing there. What do we want to come up? 8? Whatever, dude. Let's read a little more. That's what this guy's fucking talking. Let me go back to this. Where the fuck is it? So, 47, blah, blah, blah. President equals 47, Democrat 47.
What the hell, Brian O'Shea? You didn't even fucking... That was terrible.
What? What was I
I
supposed
went
to
to
do?
go urine. I was still listening. You pulled up the numbers and didn't say anything about it. You just fucking said, oh, 988, oh, 40, whatever.
Yeah, but what
You're
am
not
I...
gonna fucking decode, bro?
All right, let me just attempt.
You said this is also this, it's this, it's this. So you're supposed to you're supposed to look us up and then read death, destruction, chaos. Don't look. Disease. Why didn't you...
I'm not deep in this game. I mean, I could maybe try to
this
come up
is
with
why your
something.
fucking channel sucks. You're not like Zachary Hubbard. You fucking just threw the numbers out. Didn't even tell us anything else that goes with it.
See, I don't get
Didn't
how...
tell us who's going to win the next football game either.
So 9, but I don't get why you wouldn't break 988 down to a single digit, or how, you know what I mean? Do you know how this thing works? So a 9 and 8 would be 17, so that's 8. And then
All right, what were the 2 numbers? 988?
Yeah. Hebrew.
988 gematria.
Or no, wait.
Meaning?
English gematria, it's 696, which is basically 666 because 9s and 6s are interchangeable. So in English gematria, so Hebrew gematria, it's 988. In English, it's 696, which is...
It says Aryan, so
666.
Snafu was right, oddly. Jack Talcott's a Nazi. All right, I'm going to look up more.
So he's 666.
House of Judah. That makes sense. Jack Talcott is a bit Jewy.
Oh, that's what you do. That's how you do this. Okay, so how do I do that now? So now I got to... What do I type in? 988?
It says crew is also 988. Crew. Snafu onto Jack, even in the gematria world. Killer of humanity is 988. Or I always said Jack, I could pick Intuit and energetically was a death coach. So I was on to that because his number is killer of humanity. To deconvert Putin Trueheart. So he's working with Putin. On the move, which he is right now.
Daughter obeying I God.
Yeah, he's got the spirit of his mama, obeying the God of I. Very, very troubling and dark what I just discovered here.
Abstrusely.
Calculator.
The fuck does that mean? Abstrusely.
It also says here Diddy. I don't know what that's about. Diddy baby oil is also 988. Barry Soetoro, Barack Obama, also 988. Not even kidding on that last one. The other one I was, but that one's actually says Barry Soetoro, which is Barack Obama. I could see that. Jack Talcott's got an Obama sort of snaky reptilian vibe to him. What's my number again to reveal that I am the Godchild? That I'm pure as the driven snow?
Oh, in English, it's 888. In Hebrew, it's 1341. So you're
Oh, mine's 8888. Oh, that's fucking amazing right off the bat.
38. But that's in
Not even
English.
get into that. I'm him. I'm Himothy. Really with that. I'm God of all media. Look, God of all media was number one.
So if you look 888 up, it comes up with prostitution, the Holy Son of
come
God.
on. Well, there you go, trying to fucking hate. You're a
Holy Son
hater,
of
man.
God. I said the Holy Son of God right after.
Prostitution,
right next to each other.
Holy Son of God. What? See, that's somebody trying to get
Divine
into gematria and put some smut on my name, man.
Divine
See what you're
plan,
up to.
absolutely.
There
God
it
is safe
is.
from dying. God's
There it
hidden a
is.
prophecy.
Bam.
Augustus.
Oh,
Look at
Jesus. It
zodiacs.
says the name Jesus. Yahweh.
Look at- It says, see the holy gematria God is one of them.
That's it. So there you go. Whoever that asshole in chat was who tried to say that I don't know the power of gematria, my name in gematria means God of gematria. Fuck you. What do you think of that? Not only the God of all media, I'm the God of gematria. And Jack Talcott is a killer of humanity. There's no other way to see it. It's all right there, black and white. God, I love gematria. It's so true all the time. Only when it works for me and what I'm saying, but like it pretty much does. So that's it. He was right. He was right, but wrong at the same time. He didn't realize what I was going to do with this bit non-bit. I didn't even realize what I was going to do with it. That's how much of a God of all media I am. I didn't even know what the fuck I was just going to do and say, and it's all right there. Praise be.
I'm going to look up the Hebrew version of mine, which is 677. So
Can we get back to me?
Geometry. Oh, back to you. Let's get back
One
to
of the first 10 words is going to be disgusting for yours. 667. I can just feel it. Gross number.
Let's go. Let's see.
Urinates in his own car.
Second coming of Christ. I told you.
Oh, yeah.
I look
okay.
like Christ. I'm telling everybody that. I'm the second coming of Christ.
All right, fine, Ryan O'Shea, whatever. At least got to be about you.
Second coming of Christ, all one word as well. What else? Sex robot?
All enslaved equals one nation under God. 888.
Necromorphosis? My bedside table? Satan died April 10th?
I'm going to plan a trip to DC. I need to speak to Donald Trump or someone in charge to do something here. You know, and legal mysteries and like world conflicts. Something. Free weed for everybody. I don't know.
All right. Let's look up 1341, your Hebrew. See what comes up. This is your Hebrew gematria number.
I think we got everything we needed already, but you can go ahead. I know you're trying to fish for
love.
You're trying to fish for something that says I'm fat.
No.
It says gematria 1437, obese. And you're going to try to.
These are all good. I'm trying to find good stuff. Unconditional love, discovery, world's best.
There it is.
Let's see.
There's no getting around it, man. Gematria is a key in a sense, showing synchronicity and if you have the discernment. But I didn't need gematria to do that. My spirit already told me I am the best. And Jack Talcott is a killer of humanity. And they say I'm egotistical and narcissistic. I don't fucking get it. That's why I should use gematria more so that it's not about me. Because people start going, man, this guy's really braggadocious and arrogant. And I go, no, this is like what it is. This is something real. Like what is real? And then I go right to gematria and put in numbers. And now you got to argue with that. I didn't say it. Universe is speaking to us through the numbers.
Paul enslaved equals one nation under God. All right. Let's get back to reading some of this gematria shit. So so 47 was all the Trump equals 47 and is the 47th president. 47 is relevant with Masons learning the 47th problem of Euclid, the Pythagorean theorem. There are always Mason type numbers with building walls.
What was your number again?
Well, there's three of them.
667?
There's Hebrew, something like that. Yeah, there's Hebrew. There's
English. Right here. Illiterate is also on there. 667.
I read like a fucking idiot. All right. Terror equals 68. CIA 68. Because the number was 6847. Right? Remember that?
Right.
Seashells. Terror equals 68. CIA is 68. The year the WW2 was built, 1968. 86 can also be written as 68. April 6th or August 6th. For the record, there's also a huge 7/7 riddle with 9/11, World Trade Center equals 7/7, September 11th, 7/7, United States 7/7, Secret Society, whatever. Flight
I always
7/7.
knew that I was Jesus, the retelling of the Jesus story, and that arrogant prick Jack Talcott always tried to take credit for it. You know?
Exactly.
This proves it. I've been vindicated.
Let's see if we got any comments ripping on these guys.
Who's going to wash my feet in the comment section like they did with Jesus?
Should we check in on Talcott again real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm about to jump out of here anyway. It's been more than 30 minutes, which means I have to eat something, as you well know. That's why I've never been swimming. It's never been more than a half an hour since I last ate.
How long did you go with that fast again?
30-something days. 32 days.
All right, because I'm on like day 3, but I did do urine. So you did juice, but I do urine. So that makes
I'm the
sense.
only person who came out of a 32-day fast still overweight. It's really not a...
It's like
really
the
not an
cocaine people.
achievement. I
Like the
came out
fat
still
cocaine
fairly
people.
obese. Like not an achievement. That was the achievement. They go, first guy ever to come out of a 33-day fast, 32 days, 30 on the 33rd day, like a true Mason that they'll say I am. I came out of the fast still obese. That's what went down in history on record.
Dude, you should have seen my body type today, dude. I ran it through the neighborhood with no shirt on, short shirts, and I'm all belly and spare tire. Dude. I thought we
You
have
said,
similar
who's that
body
pregnant
types.
woman with the long hair
Dude,
that
it's
just
disgusting.
ran
You
by?
know? I'm all belly and spare tire back fat type shit. Hip fat. That's where all my fat goes, dude. It goes nowhere else. It's the weirdest looking body ever, dude. And I had short shorts on, dude. Like these jogging short shorts I came up on.
All right, put up a poll. Jack Talcott's new brand, Live Without Hair, good or no good? And let them decide.
Fuck, it is falling out kind of rapidly, huh? He's stressed out.
Desires.
He's on Ozempic, I think.
The religions and the world have convinced everyone to lower their standards, right? That perfection, no, that's not part. What would take a lifetime? I mean,
OTW's
We're trying to say
finally
untrackable.
gone. Let's catch up.
Actually, that's not true. It's been going on for 80 years.
Miss
they
Cat.
could have done better.
What is it? Is this over with?
Cares
Can you go
about
back to the
truth.
part
It
where
wants to
OTW
exchange
first
the
came up and
truth
called Jack a
align with the
hero?
truth, but the
Yeah,
For
absolutely.
not being a baby with a drinking bottle? We're now at such a low standard of humanity and manhood that just not being a baby with a baby bottle, drinking alcohol and destroying your life is heroic. Not a good prognosis, folks. Where we go from here, I got to tell you. But go ahead. Do you remember when? Remember this moment? Right? It's nostalgic, even though it was like 2 hours ago. It's already a classic.
Was it right when he came on? I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, but you know, you got to lay it on thick with Jack when you first come up to let him know you're not a threat. He's safe, and then yeah, like Jack, I'm here to suck your dick, and I'll go as deep into my throat as I need to get this done. And as soon as you do that, now you got him to some extent, right?
Right.
You don't tell me what to do.
You fucking grow the shit and you sell it to people. All right, hold on a second.
Boys, stop
Yes,
fighting.
I know.
Boys.
Hold on a second, Cage.
I got an emergency alert extreme on my phone.
Actually got a multi-million-dollar business.
Hearing the
Congratulations.
thunder?
Oh,
Are you
that's-
guys here?
It just passed. Like the sun's.
From the past, but
Where's
then
the fucking set?
How many times a week they drink? Almost. You know, it's like
Right in here.
Ask yourself, why are you here, Cage? Yeah, Cage has an alcohol problem. That's why he's here.
Jack's the hero. He gave
I
up
mean,
alcohol.
this is like I'm saying, it's my opinion, but
All right, maybe they already said it.
healing.
I think you were
Dude,
onto it.
Actually, I'm glad this conversation is coming up. And let me address Stephen and Cage, please. I put you two in the back because you both have a pattern of engaging each other and throwing me to the back. So
There's another
you
one,
can sit
Jack.
there for a bit.
Jack, there's another one. Cage also has an alcohol problem. If he's here, maybe this is what he's here for. You understand? You ask yourself, why are you here, Cage? Yeah, Cage has an alcohol problem. That's why he's here. I mean, this is like I'm saying, it's my opinion, but I mean, those are like the open doors that I'm, I guess, showing you at the same time that I'm here. And the patterns, I recognize them, Jack. I've been here for a while now. I kind of recognize how all these people interact and you know, how many times a week they drink almost. You know, it's like, yeah, I think I spent a little bit too much time out here.
Well, the thing is if people did take me seriously, they stopped just trying to treat me like a joke and wanting to tune in for entertainment. What I'm offering, the ability to have focus and clarity in your mind, the ability to have a heart filled with gratitude the majority of the time, that shit is priceless, man. And I've been giving knowledge away, been putting my time, I've been being patient and forgiving to the most disrespectful fucking characters. I couldn't even imagine being treated the way some of these people have. It's nuts. But my faith is in God, OTW. And sincerely, I'm glad this conversation is coming up, because in 3 days, I'm getting more organized again. In 3 days is my 9-year anniversary. My sobriety date is the 19th. And I am strong in my recovery from alcoholism. And I'm actually going to reach out. I haven't seen Charles in the chat, the guy from the past, but there's evidence of me. There's video and photos of me when I was drunk and passed out or just out, incapable of self-care. I was that inebriated. So for me to transform from that, OTW, shit. Are you guys hearing the thunder?
Oh,
Are you guys here?
It just passed. Like the sun's coming back here. We just had that. So you're not far from where I'm at, that means.
I don't know,
Where the
dude.
hell are you, Jack? Were you somewhere around New York or something?
No, I'm off in Baltimore.
Oh, shit. Well, that's not that far. I have friends down there. I told you that, right? I have a friend. His name is Jeff Carowich. Yeah, anyway, I don't. I said his name. Oh my God, what are we gonna? He's awesome, man. He's
yeah, what he said, I think, led up to this. It was before
he's
that.
Got a multi-million-dollar business.
Who gives a fuck?
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah. Who gives a fuck? It's just
this. That's the thing, though, OTW.
Yeah, whatever. You're a fucking hero. Damsel medic. Yo. What is up you smoking these days? You seem all caught up in tall energy. I think you smoke spliffs. I don't think that you're actually asking. How many nights and days have you left your ass in that Taurus seat, Brian? What does that mean? What do you mean? I sleep there every night. Fucking Taurus. Yeah. I don't want to keep searching for it. It was probably right around that area, like you were saying. Let's get back to this. Paul, you got to get going soon, you're saying?
Yeah, I think I'm going to jump out. Kind of getting over it.
Yeah. If you want to hop back on, I might end it with some man on the street shit. So if any of that starts looking appealing, you could always hop back on and we could double team their asses. But if not, if there's no action on the street, I'll probably just walk to the car and end the stream or something.
You and Snafu, I think, are the ultimate team.
Yeah?
Yep.
Huh. Wonder how that would work out. If I ended up murdering him, or he'd murder me, or we'd actually get somewhere and then he'd sabotage me. He'd fucking, I don't know.
Come to my panel. Fairest panel ever, nigger.
Yeah, that motherfucker. See you later, Paul. That fucking kid, dude. You go to his panel and he's doing like a real nice interview with Paul. He's asking questions. He's respectful. He's like a normal, intelligent human. But everywhere else off his panel, that's what makes it worse, dude. Like I said it a million times with that kid. Like watching your parent when they're outside of the house, just being a normal, nice person, and they come back home and are a complete fucking terror. All right, that was the man Paul Enslaved. Got to watch fucking OCW cupcaking, acting like Jack's the man, and Jack's got all the answers, right? If people would only, I'm doing all this shit, I'm forgiving people, I've got all this information, I just want to give it to people. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? It's action, Jack. Go to fucking get in that White House. That's when we're going to start showing you respect. We're not going to fucking listen to you and take advice from you. For what, dude? Paul said it a million times. Someone's paying for that hotel for you, dude. Go make something happen. The fuck are you talking about? Dude's offered me fucking. He's offered everyone, right? Who in here has? He's offered. Dude, call me one-on-one. All right, guys. Should we do some man on the street and get the fuck out of here? What else am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? How am I gonna be entertaining sitting in this fucking office space? What were you looking at earlier? We got the German Orlinda shit. It's got to rile some people up, cause some controversy. We got the Gematria, Himmler on the Orlinda. All right, I got to show you guys something real quick before I go do man on the street. Because this I got to show you the woman that in her video that got me that got the title of this stream. So let's share this. So this lady is Kat the Fryan. So I'm gonna drop a link in chat to this video. It's her channel. So let me turn it on while I do it. So whatever. This is jump in and listen. It's called On Himmler and the Orlinda book. It's about World War II, Germany, the Nazis, or Christianity. And her hypothesis is that Christianity is a magi, they're evil people, versus the Frisians, the free people. And she's trying to say that Hitler and Himmler and all these German Nazis were actually the good guys. That's her theory. Let's listen a little bit. Second. Turn it. I gotta mute it.
Their names form from the great language of our people. There is nothing foreign in them, no spurious sound. They ring true to the ear. These names taste of the salty sea, of the heavy.
So right now she's talking about the importance of names, which is interesting because I always bring up importance of names, and she talks about it. I could let her talk, but so we'll go back a little bit because it's actually kind of cool, this name thing. So let's listen to what they say about it.
Fruitful earth.
And don't worry, guys, we don't have to sit here and listen to this video. I could like we'll just listen a little bit, and then we're not gonna I want you guys all run away. Oh my god, he's putting on a goofy video. But right now we're just talking about names. We'll listen for a second, and then I could sort of paraphrase what she was talking about. Let's see.
The most upright men and the proudest women sprung forth from our race. I step closer to the rows of pictures and read the names. The oldest are Helga, Fromund, Meinrad, Marquard, Ron, Valtari.
She's saying, let me go back again, because she's saying all the importance of names, how they used to be really important. That you got to live up to your name.
At which they decided whether the goal and his sake far ahead of him, boy, and the time is at hand when all our great and beautiful people will again recognize the significance of this custom and be made sound by it. The power of a name for the ancestors. Our ancestors gave to each child a powerful name, full of joy and vital energy. Actually, they only lent him this name, and it became a shining hope for the child, far ahead of him on his life's course. The child bore this name in his soul like most precious treasure, for it was to him both a goal and a sacred responsibility. This name strengthened the child's soul as he developed into a conscious, mature individual. When the child had become a youth, the elders of the kindred gathered for a celebration, at which they decided whether or not the developed character of the young man suited the name which he had been given. If the man and the name were found to be in harmony, then his name was given to him for life. Otherwise, the young man chose a suitable name for himself, one which characterized his nature. So it came to be that our ancestors were like their names, and their names like them. And so their name carried weight like a rune carved sword, like their word and a handshake, like yea and nay. In Christian times, our ancestors were compelled by the new law from abroad to adopt still another name. It was written down in the church
Confirmation name. I have one of them. It's Anthony. It's part of the name of my channel.
register, primarily for the benefit of the census taker. The authorities were obliged to write the living heathen name of a man besides his characterless Christian name in his register, lest it become nothing but a list of phantoms.
Is that part of the, what is that, birth certificate all caps type shit?
In those times, the most upright men and the proudest women sprung forth from our race. I step closer to the rows of pictures and read the names. The oldest are Helga, Fromund.
All right. You guys get it. Names. I dropped the link to that video if you guys want to check it out on your own. Tony, yeah, I did Tony because I was a wannabe Italian mobster. I did confirmation at like age 11 or something. So I chose Anthony. But Anthony actually has a good meaning, and they're talking about the meanings of names. And I have the ultimate fuck those. That's why my channel has Brian, William, Anthony O'Shea, because of the meanings of each of the name. Brian means like noble, virtuous, shit like that. William means strong-willed warrior. Anthony means highly worthy of praise. And O'Shea means savior or deliverer. That's the fucking meaning. I'm not saying I could, you know what I mean? Now, you guys would have to judge if I'm living up to that shit. Or I could judge myself, you know what I mean? Figure it out. But like, do I live up to all that? Fuck, dude. You wouldn't believe mine. So that's crazy, bro. So that's the thing. So like at the age of 13, we would have had like a little ceremony and they'd be like, is he living up to all this shit? But I think they got rid of the surname. The last name meaning fucking something. I don't know. Yeah, they got rid of the surname and they called themselves like just Fryan people in Orlinda. So you get rid of your last name. So I get rid of Savior Deliverer. And then you probably would focus on Brian. So Brian, like noble, virtuous, which I think is a little common. Or maybe William, strong-willed warrior. Maybe both. I don't know. But you get rid of your last name, and everyone's last name is basically just a Fryan type person. So I think this is based on your first name. You got to live up to it. And if you're not living up to it, then you basically choose something of the kind of person that you are. It's like, all right, maybe I'm not a strong-willed warrior. And then you choose a name that's more like I'm a skinny, really smart person. I don't know. You know what I mean? If only the shady church could have confirmed. That's the first and last name. Bullshit. So manly. Thunderstorm of my mother's maiden. All right. Soul Read Analytics. Who the fuck are you? If you're going to spam my chat, you got to come up here and introduce yourself. I think I'm about to do Man on the Street and then end the stream. So let's just do that. Get prepared for that. And in the meantime, while I'm packing up, I'll just let her keep playing where we left off about the names.
Meinrad, Markward, Ron, Valtari, Eigel, Osmuth, Bjorn. Peculiar names, are they not? They are names formed from the great language of our people. There is nothing foreign in them, no spurious sound. They ring true to the ear. These names taste of the salty sea, of the heavy, fruitful earth, of air and sunshine, and of the homeland. Do you notice that? A few will notice, but all too few. Their own language has become foreign to them and has nothing more to say to them. After these first rows, our ancestors began to name their sons Gottlieb, Christian, Farchgott, Leberecht, Christoph, which means God lover, Christ worshipper, God fearer, righteous liver, Christ carrier. Still later came the names Paulus, Johannes, Petrus, Christophoros, Corbinianus, Stephanos, Carolus. By those times, our forefathers had no other names. Do you feel how something has been broken in these men? How they have become alienated from their own nature? Do you feel how steeply the ladder descends? A destiny is locked up in the transformation of these names. It is not the destiny of an individual or of a clan, but of a whole people, our folk. But then something strange happened. Those who had been named Carolus and Paulus by their fathers suddenly regarded these names as annoying, alien, unsuitable, ridiculous. And now comes the generation that went into the Great War. The names with little iron crosses behind the dates on which they fell, a mere 20 or even fewer years from their birth dates, read Jochen, Dieter, Osmund,
Yeah, let's
There
get to the
went
juicy stuff though. When
Balkan
she's
rolling.
shitting on the fucking Jews, she's saying, "Oh yeah, of course the fucking Egypt was gonna tell the Jews to get the fuck out of here." Let me see where it's at.
Otherwise, I never would have been
Let's see.
Frank, Karl, the Saxon Slayer. Despite this, the Nordic spirit remained unbroken. 1935. Written after Hitler took power, during a time when Germany was thriving. The people were so happy. Unemployment was almost unheard of. Homelessness was a thing of the past. A good quality of life was at hand. Voice of our ancestors, or Die Stimme unter ahnen. There they hang on the wall, 196 little plaques in oval gilded frames. And there are still far fewer than there ought to have been. All the frames in the upper rows show only a name with a couple of dates on white paper. But in the lower rolls, they become alive. The portraits begin about the time of the 30 Years' War. They are fine miniatures, carefully painted with a pointed brush on ivory which has long since yellowed. After Hitler took power, during a time when Germany was thriving, the people were so happy, just like from the days of old. It is an ongoing war, and because many of our people have. Hey everyone, it's Kat, and I'm back today with more information that I think that you will find as useful as I did. So this is called On Himmler and the Orlinda book. Before I discovered the Orlinda book, I was researching Christian identity, or CI for short. Many in the CI community purported that Hitler and the National Socialists were Christians, and that is why they had Gott mit uns put on their belt buckles. That the war they fought was between Christian Europe and communist Russia. But from my new understanding, I would say the war was actually fought between the Fryans and the Magi, just like from the days of old. It is an ongoing war, and because many of our people have been brainwashed by the Magi, we fought our own people in both world wars. And what I found since regarding Hitler's beliefs and the National Socialists is that under Himmler, they were researching the OLB, making trips to Tibet to rediscover the lands that the Geert Mana resided in for hundreds of years, as well as other locations.
The OLB is the Orlinda book.
I do believe that Gott mit uns, put on their belt buckles, was for the one God, Woralda. So to prove this, I wanted to share with you quotes from Himmler himself, as well as a writing that is purported to be by him titled Voice of Our Ancestors. Then you can decide for yourselves. As for me, I know in my heart that Hitler and the National Socialists knew they were Fryans, the free people, and so lived free and died brave. 1935. Written after Hitler took power, during a time when Germany was thriving. The people were so happy. Unemployment was almost unheard of. Homelessness was a thing of the past. A good quality of life was at hand. Voice of our ancestors, or Die Stimme unter ahnen. There they hang on the wall, 196 little plaques in oval gilded frames. And there are still far fewer than there ought to have been. All the frames in the upper rows show only a name with a couple of dates on white paper. But in the lower rolls, they become alive. The portraits begin about the time of the 30 Years' War. They are fine miniatures, carefully painted with a pointed brush on ivory which has long since yellowed. One cannot but think of the difficulty the artist must have had in capturing those stern, proud features with his soft, marten hair brush. All of the white ruffled collars, the lace, the puffed sleeves, and on the gentlemen, the jabots, have a frivolous effect on these portraits, dating from the beginning of the 18th century. Ladies? Gentlemen? No, indeed. In spite of the velvet and silk, there is not a lady nor a gentleman among them. They are all women and men, and that says far more than the gentlemen of today. For they, there on the wall, living again in their portraits, were free. This is what we have come to, that we must banish our ancestors to pictures or vital statistics on the wall in order to give them a faint presence in our dim memories. Ancestors? People today do not even know the birth dates and death dates of their own parents. Of course, they are written down somewhere. It is a wonder if one knows even a little about his grandfather, not to mention his great grandfather. As for great great grandfather, one does not think about him at all, as if he has never existed. Ancient Germany and the importance of myths. Earlier, much earlier, things were different. That was before words had become but mere merchandise, used to concoct lies, when a man still lived by his word. Then it was not necessary to write down and record one's ancestors. That was a time when the living flow of blood from son to father, from father to grandfather, and great grandfather, and great great grandfather still had not been choked off. It had not yet sunk, as it has today, so deep beneath all of the alien values within mind and soul that most of us can no longer hear its rustle, even in the stillest hour. Once the whole past dwelt in the hearts of the living, and from this past, the present and the future grew upward like the strong limbs of a healthy tree. And today, they laugh at the fables of our folk. They do not even understand them. Nevertheless, that which remains with us from the once upon a time of our fables serves as a reminder, a finger showing us the way back into the millennia of our great past. You believe that we have no use for what is past and gone. Nonsense. The man in whose breast the once upon a time of his race is no longer awake has no future which truly belongs to him. How timely would be the appearance of a man who would teach us again the meaning of our fables, and show us that our struggle for the freedom of the earth which has borne us was also the struggle of our ancestors 100 and 1,000 years ago. The folk tale Snow White as an allegory about Germany's past. The evil queen is the Roman Empire. Did you know that when you read about Snow White and the wicked queen who came over the mountains, that those mountains she had to cross each time she came to kill Snow White were the Alps, and that the queen came from Rome, the deadly enemy of everything Nordic? Think about the queen's daily query: Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? When you think of this saying, think about Rome, which could not rest until everything Nordic, bright and joyful, was exterminated, and only darkness remained. Dark like the wicked queen in the fairy tale, so that she could be the fairest in all the land after everything white was dead. That which came over the southern mountains, to us, tolerated no peers. Everything had to kneel before it and kiss its feet. First Christian invasion of Germany. Rome binding the Nordic spirit. When the queen came over the Alps the first time, dressed as a peddler from a distant land, she offered Snow White a bewitched corset. Bewitched because it was alien. Then she pulled the laces so tight that Snow White fainted and fell. The emissaries of Rome bound the Nordic spirit in the suffocating bonds of alien concepts and deceitful words. But the queen's ruinous plan did not succeed. The dwarves, the good spirits of the folk, came and freed Snow White. The Frisians crushed the Roman emissaries who tried to break the strength of our people with their doctrines of misery and servitude. For nearly 1,000 years, the Nordic tribes struggled against the poison from Sinai, which gradually fouled their blood. Allegory of Charlemagne's Christian conquest of Saxons. Rome diverting the Nordic will of action from its natural course. And when the vain queen again asked her mirror, the answer was, "But Snow White over the 7 mountains with the 7 dwarves is 1,000 times fairer than you." Driven by her restless jealousy, the queen came over the snowy wall of the Alps with a new deception. She offered Snow White a magnificent glittering comb, the most exotic thing she had ever seen. The Holy Roman Empire diverted the Nordic will of action away from its natural course. One after another, Nordic leaders have gone off to Rome, and the consequence has been turmoil and Roman law in our land, which has enchained our Nordic pride. It began with Karl, the eternally cursed Frank, murdered.
Did you guys get anything out of that? I don't know. Did you like that? I like it. I don't know. All right, we're getting ready to go switch to my phone to do Man on the Street. The laptop away. All right. What the fuck you guys got going on? Fucking song. Hop on one of those motorized wheelchairs. Beep, beep. Remember that shit? Remember Talcott Clip Collection? You could watch it. I can put it on right now. Me driving to the grocery store. Edited version. Beep, beep. I blew up the gas station. Remember that? Good times? Fuck Talcott Clip Collection. All right, let me get this going on my phone. Get the fuck out of here. Wrap up this stream. We finally got a little numbers. We got over 20. We had like 22, 23 going. Got the fucking portrait mode going. All right. We get on fucking StreamYard. Classic. Dude, that shit actually was funny, dude. Because when I watched it back, because I'm sitting in it hearing the beeping. But then when you guys got to see that beep was fucking loud, dude. It was fucking funny. Paul, yeah, that was Paul's idea, dude. Like me and him make a good team because he's like, go backwards. Like I would never have thought that. He's like, drive, because I was nervous, right? So I'm just driving backwards, filming everything. Those people in what town was that again? It was a small town near Nevada, Mesquite. As soon as I showed up at town, I showed up at the police station. I'm driving with no plates. I gave him a speech. Hindsight there. They were just like, what the fuck is this dude on? They were cool though. I was trying to like give him some sort of sermon, dude, on fucking. Because I'm like, look, you got a fucking toaster, you got a fucking bandsaw, you got all these things you don't need to do. But when you get in your car, all of a sudden you need a license. Everything's got to be plated up. Whatever. They listened to me. They never gave me no problems, never pulled me over. They were behind me a couple times. Never gave me no issues. I got to put up a tent next to my car every night. And then I'd take the tent down in the morning. Never gave me no problems. It was nice out there. But then it started getting hot. That's how I ended up in Denver. I would have just stayed in fucking Mesquite. They were letting me put the tent up every night. The fucking girls at fucking Starbucks. So I thought they didn't have a problem with me. And then I did drive through their drive-through that and that same thing with the cart, the grocery cart. Maybe that's why they hated me. But they were trying to get me they were dealing with corporate. They called the cops on me. Like, how can we get this guy out of here? But I wasn't even in there. They were just like, we don't want this guy in here. It's like, for what, dude? I was like, my old creepy ass. I would do live streams in there, dude. I was wilding out. I was off the weed. I get a little extra wild when I'm off the weed. All right. Fucking. I don't know if anything I just said made sense, but so then I go to use the bathroom at a Starbucks, right? I get out of the bathroom, the cop's there, and I say, "Hey, what's up?" But I start talking to him because he went to his car. And he goes, "Oh yeah, they were talking about you. They're trying to get rid of you." And then the cop goes, "Well, I told him I'm not gonna violate his rights." I go, "If he's parking in the parking lot, he's not causing anyone problems. I'm not gonna violate his rights." And I don't know if that had anything to do with if they knew me from me originally going to that station and talking to the sergeant or whatever and sort of expressing that I'm going to be in the neighborhood and I drive with no plates and why I do it. But he told those girls, he goes, "I'm not going to violate his rights. He is not doing nothing to you guys. You guys don't want him here. He's not causing no problems. I'm not going to violate his rights." And then that's when we went to go buy him lunch. Like, you guys donated and Paul sent me the money. We went to try to buy him lunch, but he's like, nah, you can't, or I'm busy. I don't know what the fuck happened. Because we were trying to work with cops like that. Like, okay, if you guys want to uphold my rights and be good, then we'll be good to you. We're going to buy him lunch. All right, let me log in here. Accept all cookies, reject all cookies. How about that? All right, log in. Am I making any fucking sense here with losing people? They're getting to know who's who. There you go. Yeah, it's an energy thing, dude. When you flip the script, when you're not really nervous to them and they become nervous to you, that's what really happens with this shit. They get nervous at you. Remember Carl Lentz said? He said, "What'd you pull that guy over for? Would you give him a ticket? What'd you give him a ticket for? The prosecutor hates this dude. Just leave that guy alone. Don't give him no tickets." "What do you mean don't give him no tickets? He's got no plates." "I told you, leave that fucking dude alone." That's how it is. You just become the exception to the rule because you're exceptional. And when you embody something, the universe sort of works around you. When you have it, when you have the energy, when you have it, it's a natural thing, right? It's a nature thing. When you have it, when you're it, other people sense it and move and act accordingly. The puzzle pieces start to fit, and then you start to realize. And then before you even know it, when you're driving, you're looking at them, you're like a hunter for them. That's like Cool Joe and them. They're hunting them down. They see them, they're fucking whipping U-turns and coming up on them and doing interactions. So you completely flip the script. But I ain't gonna lie, when you sort of, it's like a practice like anything else. Like if you're not at it every day, if you're not in that mentality. I've been in my car lately and like, I don't know what the fuck. Something pulled up next to me like a ticket agent thing, but I don't get tickets. I don't got plates. They can't give me no ticket. I tried giving it for the VIN one time when I had my door open. I was talking to the cops. I was live streaming it. They wrote a ticket to the VIN, but the VIN, like I transferred titles, but it's not under my mom's name. She ain't going to get a ticket because I transferred the title, but I didn't officially transfer it. I just took it away from her, and I own it. So now the car is like in limbo. So I don't know what the fuck's up with that ticket, who that goes to. Six-digit code. Fucking code. Come on, where's the fucking code? Fucking bitch. No code. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to get out of here and do man on the street. If I could just fucking log in. We've sent. Oh, you sent it to my email. Ugh. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fucking do this. Should I put something on? Fucking. Do you have a private plate or no plate? No plate. Huge asshole. Huge asshole. Yeah, no plate. There's no plate. I used to have a big cardboard sign in the back that said out of service, taking to storage. But during the winter and the moisture, I didn't want to get moldy, so I kind of took it. I can make a new one. Check my fucking email. Change the email. Jesus, fuck. Okay, let me try this. Is this the newest one? No, it's not. Fucker. What the fuck, dude? It says StreamYard 2. Okay. Hopefully this works. All right. Yeah, no plate. And then when if they fuck with me, I don't give them shit. I got to go to Inglewood. I want to get the body cam. I need to get a bunch of body cams, dude. Because I want to hear kind of what they say. Like, I just want those fucking body cams, dude, from a bunch of interactions. Because, like, the body, I want to hear, like, I want to see it from their point of view. I want to see what they're talking about when they go back to their car, all types of shit. Plus, I got lawsuits, dude. Easy lawsuits. DUI. They gave me a fucking DUI in Colorado when I was parked, and dude goes, how could I give you any other ticket? I never saw you drive and all this shit, dude. God, none of what I'm saying is making any sense. Fucking rambling, dude. Trying to get the fuck out of here. Slow ass internet. Oh my God. Come on, man. What's going on? Fucking bitch. All right, guys. I'm switching over to the phone. Give me 1 second. Yeah, you guys can hear me, right? All right. All right. This shit. Let me put my laptop away. Get the fuck out of here. We are going to do man in the street. I don't know what's up with that. I'm a little nervous. See what's going down out here. Excuse me. Nah, no cardboard. No plate is the most private one. Whatever's clever's. Let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, gonna get the fuck out of here. God, man in the street. I'm gonna get arrested, man in the street. They probably fear me though on man in the street. They never came up on me really, you know what I mean? People, hey, what are you doing? Fucking recording. They see me recording, they don't want none of it. But like I said, it's practice, man. When you do this every day, your confidence is high. You know, when you look at cops, you're looking at them. You know how you walk down the road and sometimes you don't want to make eye contact with a cop? all this different shit. If you're in a car, and you flip the script like, nah, you're looking at them, and you see them looking at you, and you're like, well, what the fuck are you staring at? What are you doing? We got to get back to these people are supposed to be servants, dude. What are you doing? Eyeballing me and trying to act like a fucking tyrant. I mean, flip the script on these motherfuckers. Who's got the power? Fucking get this little Irish on, slaves. Fucking get a little Irish on the slaves. There you go. What the fuck are you doing? All right, switch the camera around. Give you guys the point of view. Let's see. Down here. Brighten the screen a little bit. 1 second. Camera. Yeah, my hair greasy. So what's the difference between camera 2.2 facing back and camera 2.0 facing back? Does it look different? There's nothing. Is there anything different there? Let me double check. Let me go back to the other. It's the same shit. I don't know. Is one zoomed in better? I don't know. Maybe they're the same. Whatever. All right, guys, we're on the street. Right out of service. 1 sec. Yeah, that's what I do, right? Out of service, taking the storage. It's like a thing. It's like a loophole in their paper, in their order, in their whatever the fuck policies and codes. It's like, well, if the car's out of service and you got to take it to storage, then you could drive with no plates. You know what I mean? Damn, I just smelled weed, dude. But I gotta have self-control. See, I gotta put that in my mind. Frya, dude. If I just Orland, a self-control. You smell weed? Nah, dude. Self-control. Just gotta remind myself a million billion times. Self-control, dude. Self-control. See, there's a cop right here. The female solo dolo. Normally it's a young, attractive male with a young, attractive female. Most of the cop cars I see in Denver, which I think is a recipe to yeah, leads to cocaine and gays, leads to fucking cocaine and hetero with these cops. They're trying to get them to fuck, dude. They want a scandal or something. Trying to get these cops fucking each other. Let's see. Maybe we'll go to a spot where there might be more people. We could go see if there's any sometimes they have like event type shit, like food trucks, and sometimes they have music. So we'll go to this area over here near the Capitol, and we'll see if any of that's going down. And if not, we'll go to my normal spot, which is like 16th Street, and just kind of fucking roam around with the tourists and just see if I can make anything happen that's entertaining in any sort of way. How many people we got? I can't tell. Is it over 20 or 2? Let me see something real quick. I gotta change the camera because wait, what? What's going on? It's covering up my fucking thing. Fucker, dude. Choosing an FNG. What does that mean? Choosing FNG. Fuck, let me check. How many fucking people there? There might be 20 instead of 2. Let me just double check. I'm gonna change the camera now. Back to the front because I can't fucking see the numbers. Now, go like this. Still can't see it. You guys tell me. It's got to be 20 something. It can't be 2. That make no sense. All right. We switch the shit back around. I'll get to that. All right. I was talking to the cop. All right. All right, let's see what we got going on. We got little clouds in the sky. I don't think I'm gonna get hit with rain. Doesn't rain that much out here in Denver. It's like desert. Could be like hot during the day and cold at night. Desert climate out here. I feed the squirrels here by the Capitol. If anyone wants to come hunt me down, do violence to me, you might be able to find me sitting on the lawn over here. That's kind of when I was smoking weed, but I'll feed the squirrels, you know. They got a little donation thing. They give people food, so sometimes I'll go there, grab. Oh, I got some chestnuts, actually. I got some chestnuts. Dude. It must be an event. Is there an event going on everyone's going to? What is it?
I think it's just a market.
Market? Like it's food? Or like selling shit? Oh, okay. Thank you. You guys going to the market? Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to check it out. Yeah, let's go to the market. Let's go to the market. Should be a bunch of people, opportunity for interactions. Yeah, every weekend they got some shit going down here. It's like cross street from the Capitol. I don't know why I was hesitant to put those people on the phone, put the camera on them that I was talking to. See, that's the thing. I'm out of practice, dude. I used to be ballsy as hell, just do whatever the fuck I want. Now I'm back to fucking got the fear in me. This guy's hair is fucking, dude. Your hair. It's fucking awesome, dude. You fucking did it. Do that yourself? People did it? Yeah, it's like natural. Hell yeah, dude. Keep it real, bro. I mean, keep doing it, bro. Let it get bigger. Yeah. That guy's cool, man. I think I'm gay. See, even my interactions are a little off. Could have done something a little more with that. Fucking nervous, dude. What's going on with me? Got an obelisk there. We got the state capitol there. Obelisk. Got Roman fucking columns that aren't even a building. And then we got a Roman building. And this fucking asshole here. The statue. No, the statue. I'm live streaming. The statue. See, the statue. Some fucking soldier. Like I was drunk. I didn't want to get in a fight. Could interact with these guys. A lot of drugs going on here. There's always like ambulances coming up, people overdose on fentanyl. So they must be like, I don't know. I don't want to rat the people out, but they kind of hang out. You know what goes on here. It's just open air drug market or something. I don't know. Why they congregate over here? That guy's snorting something right there. He's literally snorting something right there. Maybe fentanyl. Am I ratting him out? Some ladies looking, oh, he's ratting him out. What's up, guys? Chilling. Live streaming. I got kind of scared. I don't want to put the camera all up on them. They're all doing drugs and sitting around. Why are you filming? See, I'm back to being scared, dude. Gotta get my fucking weight up. Gotta get my confidence back. So I'm not probably free to get in here. I might try to look through my bags or some shit. It looks like you just walk in. Looks like there's mad people in here. Not making any sense. I gotta look at the chat, dude. The 3 E's. Timmy. Hey, Timmy, I haven't responded back to Timmy. My bad, bro. Timmy. I was like, oh, you gotta help me stay off weed. He's like, yeah, I got some work. They sent me a text. He's like, bro, you gotta be hitting me up. I'm gonna be hitting you up. And I just never responded like that. And then I never seen him. He's been gone ever since. I'm sure he's on his grind. You don't see him around, he's on his grind. You don't see me around, smoking weed in the fucking pit of fucking hell inside my car. Fucking hoarder ass car filled with too much shit. All right, we got a bunch of people here though. I don't know what the fuck's about to go down. Kind of more used to like fucking with people in sort of just on the street, not like in a packed festival type situation. So we'll see how this goes. Spamming again, Soul Reed. I have to time you out. All right, we got some good smelling food. I'm fasting. Got white gentleman. We got food going on. Food smells fucking good. We got mad people around. Pretty dense area here. Someone gonna freak out. Why you got the camera in my face? Someone gonna get punched by a fucking mob of teenagers. So they got bomba drinks. They got food. It's all types of shit. We got a character right here. This woman in a mask. She's chilling. She's got a what do they call that Oriental thing on? It's called something or other. We got people waiting in line for food. I'm gonna have to interact with some of them at some point. Let's just kind of walk around, get our feet wet in here, see what's going on. Excuse me. So we got food trucks. We got Wee Chef. He's selling whatever the fuck. We've got I don't know. Let's see. This guy sells rice platters, appetizers. This one sells sushi, roll it up sushi. We got Portobello Filipino food, it says, or Paborito Filipino food. I just said Portobello. I really just said Portobello when it said Paborito. That's crazy. That's some dyslexia type shit. Hello. What do you sell? Oh, rice and shit?
Rice, pork, and beef.
Oh, okay.
We have like a porridge.
Oh, yeah? Sounds pretty awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Excuse me. Oh, you don't want to move, bro? I said, excuse me. You didn't fucking move, dog.
Fucking shit.
You didn't move at all, and then you're going to say something like bumping? Fucking shit. Fucking shit. Fucking shit. I don't get when people do that. Excuse me, and they just fucking stay there. Then I bump them, and then they go, All right, getting warmed up. Getting warmed up. Fucking shit. All right, I'm gonna. So there's a little show going on here. I'm gonna kind of let you guys see a little closer, because I can't zoom in. See all these people? It's not unlawful. It's not, which is unlawful? To not move? That's on me. If I say excuse me, you don't move. It's not unlawful. Do some stand up. I know, right? Just gather a group of these people together. You gotta have low ceilings, though. We have no ceiling. Low ceilings are ideal for comedy, and we have no ceilings. So here we got Koreatown. Got a Korean, some sort of instrument. Got this dude chilling. What's going off? That's awesome. That dude's pretty good at that. Sounds like some Chinese movie or something. It's Korean though. Kimchi, roofing, gutters, windows. What's up, brother? You guys do roofing, gutters, and windows? I sleep in my car. Yeah. Am I gonna be able to work with you guys or? We're always hiring, so if you're looking for a job, Oh yeah? You got a business card? Maybe I got a job. I was here to be silly. No, look, maybe I'm gonna be working with this guy. Yeah. Yeah. What do I do? Physical stuff or sales shit? Yeah, I'm pretty good at sales. Sick.
West Denver. We have comprehensive training. Fast paced, but
Okay.
she's actually my highest sales right now.
Hell yeah. All right, I'll look into it. I could use a little extra something.
Right? We do show stuff like this all the time.
Right, right.
The other weekend.
Got you.
We try to support our sales.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. My name's Brian.
Yeah, we're second change. Second change.
Got you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, brother. I'm live streaming. What's up, ladies? Good. What are you guys involved with?
We are doing language immersion schools, and we have Mandarin, Chinese, French, Spanish, and Russian besides English. And we are K-8 charter preschool, public school.
So it would be like instead of going to one school, you would just go to this school. So in addition to the language, you learn other things? Or
Yeah, you are regular students.
okay.
And they just learn in English and whatever language they
Okay.
speak. Yeah.
I'm more of a homeschool kind of guy.
Got it. Yeah.
I think schools are a little weird. Like if I had children, I'm 50. Not that I'm going to school, but yeah, I believe in like I think schools are weird. I believe in more of like homeschooling right now.
When I was a teacher in this school, I actually had kids. I think the first year when
COVID?
the Global Village Academy, the first year when the Douglas County starts, we actually had students who come from homeschool and they start in immersion programs since third and fourth grade. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pretty cute. Yeah.
So they go from homeschool to kind of like back into regular. Ah, no, stay home. Never go back. Never go to regular. I don't know. But you guys aren't like public school, so I don't know about your school.
Charter. The charters are part of the public school.
Do the kids have to wear masks? They have to be COVID vaccinated? Interesting. What about other vaccines?
We do follow with CDE.
So if they
There's waivers for all of that.
Oh, got you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. What else we got here, guys? How many people I got here? ML times 2. What's ML? I'm in the back, O'Shea. All right.
Dude, that guy knew you were ready for the job when you asked him. So, like, what do I do? Sales and shit. He goes, "This is my guy. This is my guy, door-to-door guy right here." Dude, you missed a complete opportunity to dance for those people. They were all there for you. You didn't see all those people?
Yeah, they
got a stage up there. They got everybody crowded around looking for something, and they weren't barely even fucking doing anything, man. Come on.
I got something for you, Paul.
You're
Hey,
not
how
gonna-
you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Lazy Carrot Arts. See? She's doing her thing, Paul.
All right.
Selling,
What's that? Is that
barley. What is that?
vaginal? Are those hair ties that look like vaginas?
What
Kind
are
of
they
sexy.
of?
I think you picked the right
Bofas?
tent here.
They look like, you know what they look like? She knows what these are.
Yeah, she's a freak,
She's
man.
calling
That's what I'm
Bofas,
saying. You
yeah.
see how these women are?
I know, I'm
They
taking
want,
her
they want to
card.
get that. They want to get that dark side out of you, and it's not hard.
Right.
Or actually, it is hard. Well, you get what I'm saying.
What's your name? Angie, I'm Brian. Thanks for thank you.
Just thank you for existing.
I'll see you later, Angie. You know what Angie means? Look it up. And when I come back, you gotta tell me what it means. But you have an Asian name too, right? What?
Oh, yes.
What's your Asian name?
Oh, I just go by.
Oh, I know, but you have an Asian name. I prefer your Asian name. I don't like, I
Brian
don't like when
O'Shea
Asian
getting-
people do American names. That's like lame. Keep your Asian name. Does your Asian name have a meaning? It's probably something awesome. Look it up. Not to you. What is it?
See, she's so I can't deal with her already. Even
You
if
know
she
how
like
racist you are indirectly, where you presume
this
that
lady
every
called me rude. This lady called me rude.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a as she's dropping shit and breaking shit.
Yeah. Was I rude there?
Yeah, that's a full-on white woman, though. I mean, she's gonna feel that way, but she's not completely wrong. You know, like you go, "What's your Asian name?" As if just someone looks Asian, they have to be born with some other name. You know, like and then she's like Katie, and you're like, no, but your Asian name, like. So in your world, Asian people could never just be named like Jessica. They always have to have a second name.
Yeah. Especially if they have an accent.
That's kind of
trying
rude.
to kid here?
It's kind of racist and rude in its own way. I mean, well, that doesn't have to be true. And the fact that it's true in your mind shows how unevolved you are, potentially. This guy's got a creepy look on his face looking at those cinnamon buns. I'll tell you that. Where that guy was. Someone check him if he's on a list. Dude, you got fucking aura, man. Did you feel that when we walked in there?
Where?
We walked
With
in that
Angie?
tent. Like, yeah, just the aura is crazy today, man. Like, if you let it be, the aura is crazy. She was giggling and laughing, looking down. She's ready for it. And you kind of fumbled the ball, man. You got to be with it.
Well, she was just annoying, dude. I'm like, what does it mean? She's like, it's just words. I couldn't take it no more, dude. She just. I don't
Yeah,
like people
because
to talk
she's like,
that.
my name's Katie. I don't know what you mean, my Asian name. Like, where we. She doesn't even know.
What's up, guys? You guys Denver police? Yes. Do you happen to know any officers with the last name Lewis? I have a cousin who's on Denver police. I need to like find him. What's not ringing a bell? I don't know his first name. I'd have to look it up. It's my uncle's son, but I'm not,
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
You guys ever
So
do
you got-
cocaine and gay shit off the clock or what?
My friend he's got a question.
Oh,
You guys into cocaine and gay shit off the clock?
what's that?
It's like off the clock. It's like you're a different person than in uniform. It's like you might get a little more wild and freaky,
Oh, no.
He's holding her a smile. He has no clue what's going on.
I think that
He
other
heard
guy,
what I
man.
had.
Well, we're not going to get him yet. He's on the clock, but wink, wink. You don't know nothing about that. All right. Yeah, we got it.
All right, off the clock. We'll.
All right, have a
Right.
good day.
All right, see ya.
That guy's definitely into cocaine and gay shit hardcore. His body language is screaming it. I didn't want to get him in trouble. You know?
Right.
But we know. Those of us who know, we know.
All right.
And just make sure that they're not following you after that, all right? Because there's a good chance that from here on out, they're going to be keeping an eye on you because you're an interesting character, is what it is. Everyone's there for you, is how you got to think. You're an interesting guy.
Right. Everything's about me.
Yeah, well,
That's how
that's why they say I'm a narcissist. I'm the best performer ever because that you got to go into that mode. That's not even my default mode. My default mode is bitch boy Brian, just like you. But then I go, what am I going to do to get out of the box and own this moment, this magic moment? And I go, these people are all here for me. Right? Like when you walk past that stage and those people are all facing what looked to be those three people on the stage in red dress, it seemed to be like that. But what it really was is they were waiting for Brian O'Shea to show up and give him something. Take it to the next level.
I was scared. What is Mimi laughing at? I did something funny. Mimi and Jeeps. What happened? Something was funny? Must have been that Annie girl. Angie.
No, that was pitiful.
All right.
That's a different emotion. You're not great with emotions. You're slightly autistic. I get it. I'll help you with that. This way. For all you alcoholic pig swine, right this way.
I love when people just don't move at all. When I come.
Walk them.
Caught
Step
you
right on their
fine.
shoes. Just step right on their shoes when they do that, O'Shea. And then say, sorry.
Do the Rob Cleveland. Rob Cleveland shoulder checks people, dude.
Yeah, well, he's black. He's not having it. He's had hundreds of years of slavery in his blood.
Slippery when wet, says the sign. Look at this fucking building, man. All right.
It says
Gotta
that
wait
right
for-
there.
That says it on that fucking something over there.
Yeah, she was
What are these
standing
chicks
right
up
in
to?
front of it, so I think that she was like looking for someone going out, looking for a little action.
What are these teenagers up to? About to do a dance routine? Let's check it out. They're up to something.
Yeah, just
They got
mix
the
right
camera.
in with that. No, mix right in with that. See, this is what I mean. You got to start to You got to
Like
start to see
15?
an opportunity when it happens.
I don't know what they're up to. They're about to hit the stage, I think.
This whole stream gave me faith. See, we just took someone from the edge of, death's door. They went from Talcott's room where they got death coached and thought about giving up right back to life watching Brian O'Shea and the Unslaved one. So we're making dreams come true here, okay? This is where the magic happens. Fucking act like it. Let's go. Start doing Rocky right up them stairs. I'm going to keep you fresh. I'm going to keep you sharp, all right? This is comedy training. In order to be a comedian, you got to do
brother?
training.
Have you ever thought about homeschool for your child? You're good? Wait, why did she say we're good? You're the man. Why didn't you say you're good? Oh, she does that too. She kind of controls everything. She's the boss, right? The boss. She's the boss. Yeah. Yeah. You're weak, inauthentic corporate beta male, right? Yep.
Pretty much.
Typical. Yep.
Yeah, notice how she was holding the nuggies. She was holding the nuggies and like handing them out to him. Like, all right, Junior, 5 more nuggies and then it's nap time. Let's go. Start hitting the Rocky up and down those stairs, O'Shea. Philadelphia style.
I got
Like
a
a cheesesteak.
bag that are
Let's go.
heavy. I'm out
Oh,
of shape.
come on. Put the fucking bag down. No one's taking your shit. I guarantee there's nothing of value in there.
It's a $1,700 laptop.
Let's go.
I'll run up the stairs with the laptop. What? I'll do Rocky. You guys can't see it though.
You
Oh,
got
switch
steps
camera
right
on?
there, which is completely cinematic moment in the making. You just blew it right by. You got 2 stages with performers on there you can mix right in with. Just get it right out of the box. No, you want to be a fucking maggot all your life.
All right, let's run up the stairs.
You're not
How's the
ready for
music going?
comedy training. Comedy boot camp. Yeah. There it is. Iconic scene. It's cinematic. Look at that. Yeah.
Guys with this girl, and she's probably the boss of him too. He's looking
All
at
right,
me.
you're hating.
smiling.
Now you're hating. Just focus on triumph. Now go ahead. Shot of you. Turn around. Shot of you. Hands up. Shot of you. Hands up. Yeah. Hands up. There it is.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's magical. There, that's the shot. See? Ryan O'Shea, man. Ryan O'Shea. Look, even I'm laughing. Fucking comedy boot camp here, man. We're saving lives.
Hey, what's up, brother? You guys enjoying it? One quick question. Is she the boss of the situation, the relationship? She's like the boss, right? She's got 50-50. Yeah. But tell me what you think about this hierarchical order. God, man, woman, child. Do you like that? Do you like being below the man like that? Do you like being above the woman like that? You got to fix her opinions, bro. You got to get her better opinions. She should agree with you on everything. That's why it's a hierarchical. You got any thoughts, Paul?
Well, what he said that he said he does agree with that and she doesn't.
She doesn't know what she does. She's like, I don't know what I think about that.
Well,
So how
does she trust him to lead?
Do you trust him to lead? Okay. She said, yeah.
All right, so
That's a
then
good
I
thing.
wouldn't see why she wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah. So then why would you have a problem with the hierarchical aspect? He's leading. He's above you, right? But indifference sounds like a problem to me. Does indifference sound like a problem, Paul?
Not necessarily.
Okay. See, Paul, good cop, bad cop. See, Paul, I'm a little aggressive.
You got to
today,
ask
Paul.
him. You got to ask him, and he's got to be willing to be honest. You know, does she inspire him? She make him feel like the man, or is she big mama at the house? How does it roll?
You heard that?
Yeah, she makes me feel like.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like this.
What's the live stream? I'm curious.
It's on my channel, my YouTube channel, and we got Paul Slave with us. He's kind of a freedom fighter. Got me into a freedom movement, being free. You guys free? Do you pay taxes? Do you drive with license plates on your car? Do you
How
hand
many
IDs to
vaccines
police?
did you get?
How many vaccines did you get? Did you get none of the COVID ones? Did you put the mask on? Mask on a lot, and you're free. Required because the sign said, yeah. Whenever you saw a sign that said must have a mask, you just obeyed the sign and you put license plates in your car, and the cops pull you over when you didn't do nothing wrong. You hand them IDs, and you try to be really nice and try not to piss them off so that they don't do something bad to you. Yeah, you guys are slaves.
Yeah.
You guys have
But
children?
at least they didn't get the vaccine, though, huh? Neither of them got any of them.
We do got to applaud them for that. They didn't get vaccines, I guess. So, no COVID vaccines. Whatever they did to me when I was a kid, probably a bunch of shit, but yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the most important one, because I don't like say, a single girl, like as long as she's not vaccinated, she has a chance with me. You know what I mean? Right, Paul? No chance if they're vaccinated. We can't make exceptions, can we, Paul? Can we procreate with a vaccinated person, COVID vaccinated person, Paul?
They can do whatever they want to do, but
I'm saying,
wouldn't.
would you? Yeah, you
No,
wouldn't, right? Yeah,
I
Paul wouldn't. I don't think I would. Hopefully, I don't know. Maybe some hottie will change my mind, and if I'm desperate, because I'm desperate.
All right, quick answer. Who has better hair between the two of them? And they can't think about it.
Quick
He's
answer.
got a
who's
hell of a
better
mane.
than you two?
He takes that one right off the bat.
My hair's up in a ponytail, so for Paul, this isn't even a fair argument.
All right, who's got better hair, me or her? You don't like your hair.
Brian, I
I
shit,
think your
please.
hair's better.
You're not an
Cleaner.
on-camera guy.
It's been 3 days. How long for you?
Oh, it's longer. My shower spot's under renovation, so it's been rough on me.
All right,
Yeah.
here's the test now from your end. Would you want to watch this couple have sex? Are they an
Whoa,
attractive
yeah,
couple
that.
to you?
Oh yeah, I would like to do that, Paul. Thanks for asking.
All right, that's creepy and awkward enough. I think we got it. I think we got what we need.
Thank you guys so much. It's been fun. Take care, guys.
Just leave them to sit in that. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't go
Give them
overboard.
something to talk about. They go home, they get a little nauseous, then they like eat at some point after they vomit. And they talk about, remember that homeless guy who smelled like urine who came up to us? It's like a lifelong memory you just created, man. You're making
Hey
memories
ladies,
out here.
are you guys gonna go perform on stage? Yeah. What are you guys performing? Dancing, singing? It's dancing.
All right, Shay, start hit a Britney Spears routine real quick.
Hit a
Hit a
Britney
couple
Spears.
steps.
Me or them?
No, you.
He wants me to do Britney Spears. How do I do Britney Spears?
Yeah, hit a step
Can you guys
real
tell me,
quick.
how do you? Paul, how do I do it?
Just start.
They
Come
don't know.
on, man. You hit a little Shakira. A little hip wave.
Oh, the Britney Spears, like
Yeah.
fucking.
Yeah.
I'm rough, dude.
No, you had something going there.
Huh?
Okay, we also did end up sentences.
I think they're done with me. All right.
Yeah.
They're like 14.
When they start looking completely away from you or at the ground and not even responding to you, that's how you know that it's pretty much over. I recognize that when it comes to women of all ages. I know that look. I know that countenance. These are completely done. That's what that means.
How you doing? Enjoying the thing? Have you ever considered homeschooling?
We have an awesome school.
Yeah?
We go to an expeditionary school.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what that is?
No.
Are you?
Live stream.
Oh.
On YouTube. I got 20, maybe 40. How many? Am I going 40 or not 30?
Yeah, man, I'm here. It's got to be. It's got to be doubled
Way
up.
cool.
Big
It's
star.
from the founder
Big
of,
talent here today.
Outward Bound. So the curriculum is based around adventure education.
Yeah, I can tell.
And it's just project based. It's awesome.
Now were the kids required to do COVID vaccines?
No.
Any vaccines?
I don't know if they're required. It's one of those you can.
Your choice kind of thing?
Yeah.
What about masks?
We don't wear masks.
So they're not okay. So do other kids at the school have to do it? Does the school recommend it sometimes?
Not since 20.
But you tell your kids, even if the other kids do it, you don't do it. Or do they sometimes do it? Have you guys sometimes did it with the mask?
Yeah, we wear masks.
Yeah.
But this was way back in 2021.
Right.
2020.
Right. 3 years ago. 4 years ago. So do you consider yourself free?
I don't feel comfortable being on live stream.
No problem. No problem. We got enough though. But conclusion is because of the masks, school maybe. I don't know
How
about
many
your specific
vaccines
school,
did you
but
get? That's a prerequisite for everything. We got to know that. It's part of our survey.
Your politicizing something.
It's not political. It's just
No,
a
that's
physical
you.
thing that happened.
Yeah, that's you.
A
We're not
physical
doing
thing
that.
you put in your body. That's not political. And you didn't know what it was. And you did it to your children.
All right. Making memories.
The kid's like doing outward bound and he's slobbering on some ice cream, way overweight.
Yeah,
At
yeah,
like
just
10
don't
years
forget
old.
that we are in a world where people are extremely unconscious and will think that you're politicizing genocide until it's time to politicize genocide, right? Like,
right.
Yeah. I'm starting to get the vibe that you're like one of these Trumpers because you're asking like questions about common sense, and it's got to be that. So amazing. I'll never get over that. It's so amazing how people just show themselves right off the bat.
What's going on in chat? Yep. Oh.
It's just so predictable too, right? Like we're gonna ask a common sense question. You know where we're going, especially after the fact, and you're gonna run and hide from it instead of being accountable and confront it because you're cowardly. So it's like, oh, now I don't want to be recorded anymore because I might have to be accountable and responsible for what I've did, what I've done.
Yep.
These are our parents, by the way. Like, not to project my trauma as usual over the situation, although maybe way late into that. But they wonder why, the generations are getting the way they are. That's boomer logic 101, right? Ooh, accountability, responsibility. Next, you're going to ask me why my son is obese and eating ice cream in the middle of the day. Next, you're going to ask why my 12-year-old is the size of 3 adult human beings and is pre-diabetic midday, sitting down and can't walk anywhere, right?
And he slobbered all over his face, too.
Oops.
Like the kid from
Gotta
Bad
go.
Santa.
It's so sick.
Ice cream all over his
God
cheeks,
help
dude.
us. God deliver us. God help these obese children. I am one of them, so I can talk about it. God help us.
All right, we're going back to the stage area.
What is Soviet Analytics saying? Paul's a deal, unfortunately. What does that even mean?
How come you have a mask on? No English. No English. How do you do an Asian accent? No English.
Yeah, no ingress. You know how that works.
Why the Asian people always walk around with masks? They were the original mask wearers. Remember before COVID, you were like, ugh, look at these people with masks on. Well, now it's the same thing. But
Asian people too have this thing of like they don't know what's like effeminate or not or gay. He's like, oh, you'll have like a grown man, almost your age. I keep forgetting that you're almost 60. I was going to say twice your age, but you're not even close to my age. So a senior citizen like your age, Brian O'Shea, walking around with like light blue pink backpack and not even think about it. I go, what is that? And then you ask them and they're like, we don't know what. They don't have that cultural sensibility,
Yeah.
Very fluid people, I guess. Very comfortable in their own being. God bless the Asian people. What would we do without them? God bless the obese children, and God bless Asian people in effeminate clothing, and God bless all the vax takers, and God bless this creature shapeshifter in the middle of the square here. And try to pet that thing, O'Shea. Try to pet that creature. What a strange abomination. That thing's got to be evil, man. On second thought, maybe don't touch that thing. This is ungodly, whatever this is.
It's so loud, I can't hear you.
Yeah, this isn't good. This is why Denver has a bad reputation. They're doing satanic rituals with abominations in the middle of Denver Park, and there aren't any good Christians around to stop it. I mean, what's that about?
Good Christians. Christians are the magi. Yeah, you were being sarcastic.
No, the Christians are the American Christians are our people. They're my people, good godly people. Along with the
Christian
Catholics.
people. Or Linda's your people. We're all just your God.
They vote, they pay tax, they follow code, they keep their head down, they vote for masters. Did I say vote? Yeah.
What, anything
Summon the devil in
nefarious
the
with
middle of
that
Denver.
Pope?
What now?
Trump's guy visits the Pope, shakes his hand, and then the next day the Pope's dead. And then
Yeah,
there's a
well.
new American Pope for the first time from Chicago, my
Yeah, I
hometown.
heard that. He likes fried chicken, watermelon. He's a man of the people. I got it. I got the
It's
rap
not a
already.
black Pope.
Oh, whatever. He appeals to black people. He's the first pope. He's like Bill Clinton. He's the first technical black president, even though he's not. He appeals to black people.
Right. So what's Jennifer been up to? What are you guys doing? You got the home? She riding with no plates? No, she rides with plates. What's going on? You guys are in Oregon?
What are you writing a
Chilling,
fucking
renting
book?
houses? No, I'm just
She's figuring
being
out when
fucking-
and how she's gonna leave me. I'm tired of me. She's planning her exit. I don't blame her completely. Let's go, O'Shea. You got all these people, man. Do I got to put you under comedy boot camp again, like I did 20 minutes ago? Let's go. You got a dog right there. Whose daddy's an inauthentic corporate beta male bit? We know, we love that bit. That's a fan favorite.
All right. She's on. Female's got the dog though, all by herself.
Oh, the female's
Hello.
got the dog. Well, you can come up with the bit on the spot, on the fly for the woman.
I guess you could do the same thing. Like she probably has an inauthentic. You know what I mean? Just like, and as long as it's dog talk, they never. I could try that. Oh, she's probably dating an inauthentic corporate beta male slave, all vaccinated.
Whose mommy's wet for the best comedian in the world, Brian O'Shea, huh?
Oh my God, I've been slacking on mics, dude. I went to a mic and I told these girls to roast me, and they started just insulting me, basically.
They said, Brian O'Shea showed up at a high school, said roast me, they lit him on fire.
These two girls, these two young 20-year-olds are hosting this open mic, and it's a bunch of like, whatever, left, like woke fucking, like I hated everyone that was there. They were just like, just whatever, that fucking, whatever you want to call it, leftist, social justice warrior type people, just young. And I hated everyone. I hated the host, the audience, the people on stage. So normally when you get off at the end of your set, you do your 5 minutes. When you're walking off stage, they'll roast you, right? Quote unquote, which is basically just insult you as you're walking away. So I hit the stage and I said, I want my roast first. So she goes, I didn't bring my mirror. And I thought she was making like a drug joke, like cocaine or something. But no, she was saying I was ugly. So she was saying, basically, if I just held a mirror up in front of you, that would be funny because you're so ugly. And then she goes, you look like maybe a homeless fentanyl addict or something. Definitely fentanyl addict, but I don't know if she added homeless or not.
Yeah, but you can even feel it right now. It just rolls right off you, man. I mean, you've heard it all before. This is your first rodeo. You know, they got like a few things they could bring up. You're odd looking. You have greasy, disgusting hair. You smell like urine. You're homeless. You're poor. You're not funny as a comedian. Hold on, I got a few more here. I think I got them written down too somewhere.
So then I said to
5 to 10
them,
more things. Yeah.
I said, how old were you when you first got chlamydia? And then she gets all serious and goes, I never had it.
And you said, do you want it? And that's where it got awkward.
I don't know what. And then it just went left, dude. And I may or may not have. I don't know. It just went left. Let's put it like that. I almost got in a fight with a dude when I was leaving because I got to leave. And then someone goes, bye. I was like, fuck you guys. And then some dude
I shouldn't
comes
joke
up.
like that either because it's like Brian O'Shea doesn't have chlamydia. In order to get chlamydia, he actually have to have sex with someone. So, not a thing.
Let's see what's going on over here.
I thought those were windows. Oh, here we go.
What's going on in here?
You like to go see?
Yeah.
I didn't take her right upstairs.
Thank you, brother.
One moment.
All right.
Go ahead and let me see that red bag real quick.
Wait a second. What's happening?
Wait, whoa. You told me go, and now you're. What?
So you can't go through until.
Oh. What do you think?
What is
Paul?
he
This,
doing?
wait, hold on. Let me consult with my consultation here. Is this
Can I have you do it on the other side? I got people waiting in line.
Is this
Is he trying to force a search?
Yeah, what is this? Illegal search and seizure, dude?
Hey, he's not a
Should I
law
be submitted to
enforcement
this shit?
agent. No.
I'm asking you. I should know this
We
shit.
just stumbled upon an audit in progress, I think, or a need for audit. This
It is
guy's
a government
performing
building.
unlawful illegal searches without the proper credentials when this is open to the public. What's that all about?
Yeah. Yeah, but you're doing illegal searches when there's no.
This is a private entity, so we can do whatever we want through the series. Come on through. Okay. Come on through.
Don't you like that, Paul? When I say we could do whatever we want, there's no ego there, right?
So there's no freedom from.
Or what?
Excuse me.
There he goes. Look at him. Look at him.
Oh,
Look at
man.
him. Look at him. He's got a boner
He's got
from
the
it. Look at
button.
him.
He's got the
Look at him.
button.
His face is all red. His heart's going. He's got adrenaline. He's got the
All right,
button.
get out of there. Get out of there.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's close the door.
Abort. Abort.
Close the door on. He's kicking our door shut. Look like she's
Oh,
leaving.
man, every time, man. Every time. This is where
Comes
they
the
see.
Kung Fu master. Shut up.
Shut up. Man,
Here
once
they
you
go.
start reaching
It's
for
me.
that
It's
button.
me. What are you guys gonna do? It's me. I didn't kick your door. Why did you do drugs off work? Because you're clearly a burnout.
That's you. You're getting into
Oh,
that
sorry.
too.
Yeah, I was
bud.
projecting right there. That's
Yeah,
right.
that's totally
You
you.
got that wild-eyed look, dude. Like he's off shrooms or something.
All right. Well,
Why'd you kick my door?
yeah, I mean, it's every time, right? Like, oh, it's open to the public. This is a public area, but it's private somehow. But it's owned by the city or the state of. We don't know how the city or state of can own anything and have private property that's open to the public. What does that mean? So you have no more rights when you walk in there.
You know, sure, come right in. He sees me with a big old bag. Oh, wait, let me just strip you down and completely emasculate
Guilty till
you.
proven innocent, I guess.
Would you like to come in? Sure, just go right over there. These fucking shit, dude. Nothing to see here with this Roman Coliseum. It's not even a building, dude. And this fountain. Okay, tell me about this artwork, Paul. There's a seal with a naked child riding its back with like buttocks. You can't really see it. Maybe I could walk in the water.
That's normal city, state, private, public stuff, you know?
I'm gonna walk in the water and there's dead birds in here.
Just
I'm gonna walk in the
children
water
fucking
and
seals and shit. Yeah. It's normal
show you
stuff.
close up.
Denver.
I'm in the water. Am I
Aggressive.
gonna get arrested? Look at this little buttocks. What is going on right here? There's a child on a seal. What is that?
Yeah, well, whatever. You know, it's Denver, man.
They're all over there now watching me. Here come the cops for me, I bet.
Yeah, can we get an explanation once and for all about how we have public private property, how that works?
Right. Here comes Forest Ranger. We got a group of people all out there looking at me.
Well, you know what
So
kind
it's
of times
child
we're
on
in,
a
man.
seal.
You might be some kind of terrorist.
Right. They got me, Paul. That little scoundrel got me.
I see Jackie Fox is down there. I'm curious to see now. It's been what, 6 months or a year later? Haven't seen her in a while. I'm curious to see if that still holds up when she said she's going to hang out at Queen Stevens because there's no drama there. And I'm a very drama filled person. Curious to know how she what she thinks about that now. You know. Nothing
She
personal. I'm
compliment-
just curious if that logic holds up.
She complimented me on my comedy thing on Instagram, and I put a heart next to everyone but her. Is that bad?
Well, I mean, listen, man, at the end of the day, like, I'm not going to hold grudges on people. People do what they believe is true and correct, and their discernment is either on or it's not. And I mean, that goes for all of us. So again, that's part of the entertainment or the comedy that is life, right? Where folks will proclaim something and then do something and then realize 6 months or a year later, if they ever realize that not only was it not true, it's quite the opposite. Oh yeah, we live a life of revelation, man. We're always having it revealed to us how much we're in denial or we're delusional or deceiving ourselves.
Less drama, King Stevens. King Stevens. Isn't King Stevens the definition of a drama queen?
Well, yeah, that's the irony of it is that without actual dramatics and other people, Queen Stephen would have nothing to talk about or present. So it is rather ironic.
All right. I get spooked. I left that whole fucking scene over there. We might be wrapping up. We left the crowd. It's dying down.
Yeah,
You
you
mad,
didn't want
Paul?
to
You
fucking
get-
submit to policy and have get searched and kind of ruin the whole vibe, you know? Did some soft shit type shit.
Right.
Yeah, so far by my calculations, your strengths are asking about vaccines and then bringing up gay shit. Bringing up gay shit and like drug usage.
That's all I got is homeschooling, vaccines, taxes. That's all I got. One trick pony. Whoa.
Brian O'Shea School of Comedy. Hold on, let me go to my notes. You guys pay taxes? You guys get a vaccine? You into cocaine and gay shit? All right, I gotta go. I'll see you later. There's a
Fuck you,
suggestion
Captain.
from the crowd, as the moose creature used to say. Ask people if you can taste their urine. Figure out if it's alkaline or acidic.
Dude, you got to come around on this urine thing. Man.
Yeah, see if you can get someone to give you some urine to taste it to see if it's alkaline or acidic, and then we can do a workup, a whole workup on like their state of health.
What do you think about the Philosopher's Stone, alchemical?
I think whatever it is, you don't have any of it.
Yeah, but it talks. You know what it talks about? It talks about being able to give everlasting life. But who would want it? I wouldn't want. Can you like if you have everlasting life? Well, I think you got to take it every day. If you stop taking it, you start aging again because it can reverse aging.
Right.
But it's a physical object. But there's a debate. Is it an actual physical object or is it a mental, spiritual journey that you achieve through the process of attempting to make this physical object? See, there's a debate. But I think it's an actual object. And it's made from urine, or you can make it from urine. Urine's probably the best way to make it. According to the book
I don't know
of
what the fuck
Aquarius.
you're talking about. I really don't.
So you don't.
I'm starting to wonder why I'm here. To be candid. All right, Jennifer's here, Brian O'Shea. I'm going to see you later. I'm jumping out.
All right, brother. All right, thanks for coming. I'll see you later.
All right.
All right, bye. All right, let's see this. All right, people. We're winding down. I was using Paul for my personal question and answer things about things I'm curious about. I always like to get his take. Let me take my hoodie off real quick. Give me a second here. Oh, I'm starting to heat up. Interaction with that guy. Kicking his door down and all of them coming out. And got me all fired up. That guy's such a little weasel, though. His little personality. It's like ding. Vaccinated up, fucking idiot. Ugh. You can't come in here today, he says. Hey, what's up, brother? Brian, it's full knits. The Lodestone Mountain. What the fuck? Brian, it's both. It's the. What the fuck does that mean, G? Oh, what you're talking about. All right, we're winding down. We got away from the activity. We got spooked by the security guards calling the cops, whatever the fuck they were doing. We got some people over here. So there's this group around here called Christ in the City, which is a play on Sex in the City. And they're all young, like 19 to 24-year-olds. I ain't gonna lie, one of them likes me, this little blonde 21-year-old. But she's trying to convert me to Catholicism at this church right here. I went to the church today just for a few minutes. Because she's like, because she ran into me today. She's like, Ryan. She was with a couple other missionary people. She's like, you want to come to church with us? Like, maybe for a couple minutes. And then she's like, yeah, I want to get your number too, because last time I talked to you, then I didn't see you for a couple months. I don't want that to happen again. So then she takes my number, right? Then I text her. The first thing I text her is the video we were showing about Hitler and how the Germans were the good guys and how Christianity sucks and they're the magi, the evil. I told her, I was like, I need to confess before this relationship goes any further. Not that she was looking to get romantic. Don't fall for it, Bri. Gross public servant. Yeah. I don't think that girl's vaccinated, though. I was talking to some of these. There was this Frian school. What's it called? No, not Frian. It was Franciscan in Ohio, this college. And they came to visit Denver. And the girls I was talking about, like, yeah, I think most of the girls in my college not vaccinated. It's like, fuck, I'm going to have to visit that place. I swear to God, everyone I ask in Denver, 99% of them. My desperate ass. What else we got here in chat? How you doing, sweetheart? Yep. Let's see. Quick story. Queen slaving. Let's see. Just introduce yourself as world famous comedian. Golden shower fountain. Yeah, that's what I think. I think maybe fountains had urine in them one time, dude. Or a fountain of youth. Almost certainly. Dude, you could literally just do that. Just put piss in there. And over more time, the more it gets aged, it's literally a fountain of youth. Anyone with messed up feet? I know, dude. What I think they're doing, they've been doing this in all these streets around here. Like, I think they're getting rid of the tunnels that are underneath. The construction guys telling me about these tunnels and brick pipe. I bet they're getting rid of all the tunnels. That's what I suspect. Because they tore up all types of. They basically just tear the street up and then they're very quick about it. Like when they want to get something done, they get it done. So they've just been going through street by street. I'm pretty sure they're plugging up the tunnels for some reason. Where Brian goes is construction. I swear to God, they probably got rid of the tunnels because I'm in town, dude. See, everything's about me. That's when you. Oh, it's just I'm in town and they're trying to hide the tunnels from me. They don't want me wandering around the tunnels. I used to think that in Chicago, man. It's like I'd go to the hood and buy like a bag of weed. And then like the next day, like they would get like raided or whatever. I was like, is someone fucking with me? By fucking with them? That's when I piss someone off by telling the truth in that shit. I could have showed you guys a little scene, a little homeless scene right there. I was a little nervous. Some homeless ratchet action going on, sort of druggy, drug dealy, ratchet shit. Didn't really want to put the camera right on it. Probably reinforcing them. To make sure Trump wants to check out the tunnels. All right, tear up all the streets. Make sure they don't collapse on them. Trump said he wants to do all old world architecture on any federal building, which is basically this architecture that I talk about. So even this building's old brickwork. Nothing but old buildings in Denver. Damn, we lost Paul. We lost all the entertainment. But you know I got nothing. When normally if there's no crowd around, no people to talk to and fuck with, you know I'll just end up fucking pointing the camera at the buildings. But probably gonna end up wrapping this up. I think we had a pretty good time. Been live for like 4 hours, 10 minutes. Entering into a golden age. Yep. That's what I think we need. We need one of these age change reset click over things to help us out because most people are fucking retarded, dude. So hopefully when the click over reset happens, like for some reason, those of us that are about freedom, you know, this Frisian people, which I happen to think anyone that's interested in freedom is a descendant of Frisian people, the Oera free people. So yeah, what the fuck was I talking about? Where was I going with that? Yeah, so we need a reset. And yeah, and I think it'll just be easier. Like we know what we want. I've been sacrificing, other people sacrificing. We're standing up for freedom. Sort of put our bones in. We sort of planted our flag and let them know what our intentions are. Then when there's reset, I don't know, there's probably a spiritual thing. It probably has to do with that. Like if you have conviction in yourself, probably another man can't do. There's something about nature, dude. Something about nature, like some natural event happens and just has to do with your vibration or something. And I don't know, a lot of people are going to get like, probably are vaccinated. They're all going to die off or something's going to happen in there. I don't know. Get infertile. You know what I mean? Brian's entering the golden shock. Dude, this urine thing, dude. Get me fucking started. You guys know. It just shows when you diss urine, you diss you. Like you're so awesome. You're like a god. Like I said, put a 1 in chat if you would not want God pissing on you. Like if God could come down, all you Christians, if Christ could come down and piss all over you, would you say no? Of course not. You'd be like, oh my God, it's probably good for me somehow. Right? But if I want to piss all over you, now you're going to fucking throw a stink. Just dump your own piss on yourself. Soak your feet. Anyone got bad feet? Anyone got dry, cracked heels? Anyone got a skin condition, acne, any fucking skin condition? Put that fucking urine on it. Older the better. The blacker the better. Stinky the better. Man, no thanks. See, I will pass. But see, I think that's awesome. Oh, you'll pass on Christ. I doubt it. I doubt that if Christ came down. My name, the gematria meaning my name is second coming of Christ. All right, guys. Maybe I'll turn the camera on for a second. As I sign out. Oh, let me mirror this fucking camera, dude. I hate not having the camera mirrored. All right. Yo, 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 yo. I thought I looked like shit today, and our pool says I'm aging back. Whatever, dude. I'm 3 days off weed. Got a big fat belly with big fat spare tire, blubber on my back and hip. Lower back, on the hip area. You want God to pee on you? No. I'm saying you guys would would allow God to pee on you. Gratefully, thankfully, you'd be happily allow God to piss. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the human being is so awesome that you don't realize, like, your body's making something. It's making a medicine. You know how your heart beats without you doing it? You know how your lungs work sometimes when you're not paying attention? You're breathing. You know how, like, blood's flowing through your fucking veins without you doing it? You know how, like, when you get a wound, it starts healing itself without you, like, having to, like, do everything? Thank God we don't have to do everything in our body. It just kind of does it. Well, when you ingest liquids or however liquids are made from food or whatever, stuff that's going through the kidneys, it's all like a factory, like a beautiful divine factory. And the substance that's being pissed out, not shit out, is like a beautiful, divine, wonderful, majestic miracle medicine. Like that, you got to look at yourself like that. Like you wouldn't piss like something that's gross. You might shit something that's gross, but you're not gonna piss something that's gross. It's probably yellow because it's like something literally to do with gold. You are the philosopher's stone. Magical healing cures. Do you think you need a stone to do it? Or do you think you could figure it out and do it somehow? Isn't that what we listened to on Paul's thing one time? They were saying the human is in the physical and the spiritual. So they're almost higher than just the spiritual gods. We're like totally badass as a human being. We're like a god in itself, like almost on a higher hierarchy than a spiritual god. Think about that. Yeah. Aged urine's probably great for your teeth. I haven't done it yet, but you got me thinking. Someone was telling me they drink a little bit of aged urine. Like maybe a couple weeks old, and then the older it gets, they use less concentration and less amount because it's more concentrated and they mix a little bit with their fresh pee. Something to all this shit. Go on Reddit. Reddit, urine therapy, do your research. You're the shit. Human beings are the shit, but we got to be in homeostasis. Free human being in homeostasis. Come on, man. With the companion, with the partner, a male and female union, you gotta kind of need that. So two human beings, a male and a female, in homeostasis, bro. Come on, man. That's the Holy Trinity: Father, Son, Child, man, woman. Sex is the law. Tell me what that means. Sex is law in the golden era. Sex is the law. Tell me what the fuck that means. Blood plasma, stem cells, buddy. But I still can't bring myself to consider it. What is? But it, yeah, blood plasma. Yeah, it's basically your pee. Your pee has stem cells in it. So when you do things, that's how like you cure your feet. You can put it on wounds. You can put aged on wounds. Yeah, it's got them stem cells in it. And the stem cells increase. It only gets better and better with time. That's how you know you're dealing with something sort of divine. It gets better, like wine. That's why vines are the best and most powerful thing to use when you're making alchemical tinctures. A vine. How did I get there from the urine? Oh, you were talking about plasma stem cells. So it only gets better, increases in its potency. It multiplies millions and millions of stem cells eventually. Like it just concentrated with stem cells. So fucking healing. Regulates endocrine. I mean, it'll do all types of shit, dude. Lubas is just fucking Googling shit. No more than 45 hours of praise. But you can reverse age with, you can definitely make your skin look better with urine. But with urine, you can make the philosopher's stone. And the philosopher's stone will reverse aging. But if you take it every day, if you stop taking it, you'll slowly go back to aging. But you can reverse aging. Go back to looking like a young person. Everything will be like a young person. The way you think, the way your clarity, the way your brain works. They say get a barley corn size. Say someone was dying, or in real bad, fucked up shape, dude, like super sick on the edge of death. You take a glass of wine or some type of other, I guess that has to have alcohol in it or some sort of liquor, something like wine, and you take a barley corn size of this philosopher's stone. There's a red stone and a white stone. The red is like gold, the white is silver. So I think the red's better. But either way, put that in a glass of wine, and then the person drinks it, they will immediately, like so quick. They say the more potent the stone is, like the healing and everything is so quick, dude. Like the shit we see with superheroes. There's something there with these superheroes and Marvel and Superman, new Superman movie. I'm talking about you. Like when they get that when the bullet hits them and then it heals up real quick. It's fucking you with a philosopher's stone. And they say now the time is when secrets can come out. So people, that's why I look for the book of Aquarius. think it's called The Book of Aquarius. There's an audio version of it from like 12 years ago. They talk about making the philosopher's stone with urine. God, my brain doesn't work. Yeah, imagine that, dude. You could live eternally, but you don't have to, right? You could just stop taking the stone if you don't want to live no more. But you could probably live forever and ever. They say if you take some of that philosopher's stone and mix it with the oil in a lamp, the lamp will burn forever. This is what's out there. All right, guys. Sorry we couldn't end it on a big bang, but we had Paul on stream. So I'm just reading some of this shit. Age urine sounds just crazy. I don't know. Sometimes, sometimes medicine, what do they say? But isn't there an expression about that? Sometimes a little bit, it's gonna be a little bitter, or sometimes it might not taste great, but it's just a medicine. Yeah, but what baby skin wouldn't need? Why would you put it on baby skin? If you have an old person or someone with cracked, dried up heels, you don't have to. No, you wouldn't have to do it with babies. What do they need it for? You wait, they're all good. They're already got the youth. I mean, if a baby had a wound, because there's levels to age urine. Is the age urine 2 weeks old? Is it 5 months old? Is it 5 years old? You know what I mean? So maybe give them the one that's 2 weeks old because it's a little, less potent. Gets more and more potent over time. So, but if you have a wound, put aged urine on it, and because you could put. I did it. I had cracked heels with wounds in them. Twice already I did this type of foot soak, and my feet are so immaculate. It takes, a few days, maybe a week or two for everything to sort of change over. It's not like the next day they're looking beautiful, but they look young, dude. They look like young skin, awesome. And it's totally excellent for you to. A few days old cotton nappy. Diaper rash. Yeah, diaper rash, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Go on Urine Therapy and Reddit, bring it up. There's a lot of smart people on there. I was just in a discussion today. People are doing paragraph after paragraph. Just a lot of brilliant people on there, man. Yeah, diaper rash, I'm sure, would be better than what other products, whatever slathering on those creams. Sure, that's no good for the baby. Just you probably even do fresh urine wipes. Yeah, anything from fresh to a few weeks old. Sure, it'd be great for the baby and diaper rash. Yeah, see, getting on board, Lee. That's what they say. The old grandma. See, the old grandma, you put it in laundry. I put it in my laundry. The aged urine. My clothes don't smell like piss. It's kind of like ammonia. People used to put ammonia in with clothes. That's what the piss smells like, ammonia. I mean, just a million things. You strip floors with it. I mean, Lou, what do you use to strip floors? Some type of weird chemical you got to breathe in? Use aged urine. It's like an old grandma. It's like an old secret. You got some wooden floors. You want to strip some bullshit off it? Or aged urine on that motherfucker. Damn, that man's been a lot. And it won't stink. Piss in your laundry. It's good for you. It's like a softener. It's great for your fucking clothes. All right, guys. That's it. We do use it for laundry. We do use it. We do used it for his laundry. Who's that? Who's we do? All right, guys. We did our thing. Grateful for Paul coming on the show today. Always love picking his brain. Hope he doesn't get too annoyed with me asking him questions, but sometimes I ruminate on things and wonder about things, and I always like to run it past him. But, sometimes he's either not interested or the type of answer he gives just shows me that, I don't know. So, yeah, he's not God. He's not going to have the answer that either I want or, he's not going to be 100% knowledgeable on all this shit. I guess that's something I expected but, yeah. Yeah, figure shit out on our own, we're all the wants. Figure shit out on our own. We don't need pray, God, please help. Look how fucked up the world is. Nah, you kind of figure it out. Yeah, there's going to be a reset here soon. We're probably going to be all right. We've been putting in work. We've been standing on things. Oh, how could it go wrong for me, really? Yeah, I might be slacking. I could have done more, but we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. You know, and then we do some work. We do some research. We get ideas. Then we just trust our guts. Yeah, take care, Mimi. Good to see me well. Haha. Yeah, I'm off weed for a few days. Sometimes I get caught up in that weed. It's like when you guys don't see me for a minute, it's probably because I'm just smoking weed every day. And it's like the second I smoke weed, I get like my confidence sort of goes and don't really want to go on stream. I just end up eating and watching mad videos. I watch way too much. I had my face in the phone way too much, man. Just going from YouTube to Reddit. YouTube to Reddit is usually my thing. Trying to find something interesting on YouTube. Looking through Reddit. Just like, and I know it's like an addictive thing dude, that I hate that I'm doing. I get on that weed and I just can't help myself. I do it off the weed too, but all right, guys. You guys are cool, man. Glad I came back. You guys showed me love. We did something today. Thanks again, Paul. Thanks for coming. Thanks for doing the man on the street shit with me. That's always a hit. I've been going on stage. I've been looking. I'm gonna get on stage soon. Just gotta avoid those girls, and I was afraid everyone's like, "Yeah, he's here." But whatever. We're gonna figure this out, guys. All right, I'm gonna end it. Stop. See you later, Daddy's little monkey. Everybody. Seriously, much appreciate you guys being here. Take care. Bye.